to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and you know what? Today, I was going to discuss some of the things going on with Africa and this, that, the other, but I decided to take a pause on that because I have some other things coming up that's going to be even more grand. When we discuss it, it's going to be something. I got like a special guest that's going to come on, and it's going to be interesting. So I'm holding that whole Trump going after Nigeria conversation till a little bit later on, because I got someone that's going to come up that's in Africa that knows what's going on, been in Nigeria, seen what's going on, and it's going to be a really great show. But for right now, what happened is that earlier today I saw Xion and Mandika on the House of Consciousness discussing Rastafarianism, and so far over the past 2 days, Rastafarianism has been a subject matter about the Hebrew Israelites for some reason. So what happened is that I saw a show with my brother Sara Suten Seti, shouts out to Seti the General, where he's actually discussing Rastafarianism and the connection to, the Hebrew. I didn't get to watch it, so this is going to be a honest, review. Watching it for the first time, I haven't seen it, so we're going to discuss what he said, and then Xion, being a Rastafarian, is going to give his honest opinion about what he said. And then we're also tomorrow, he actually has a show called The Hebrew Israelites Are Mormons. So Seti is on fire. Lately he has been on fire on his channel.
Yeah, I haven't seen that much on Sara for a while. But
he has been on fire lately. So I got to review you, Seti. I'm sorry. If you keep coming with this fire, you came with the FBA stuff. I was talking about the FBAs, and then you talking about the FBA stuff. I said I had to review it. So I hope that you don't get mad because I'm reviewing your content. This is fair use, fair use, fair use. Much love, Sara Suten Seti. We're not here this is about the information at this point. So without further ado,
right.
Xion, we're gonna play the
big shout out to Sara Suten. He is a icon, in the conscious, debate community, conscious community. So I'm interested in what he has to say about Rastafari. I haven't heard it yet, y'all. So let me listen. I'm going to keep an open mind.
We listen, but we don't judge, okay? We listen, but we don't. Oh, well, you might listen and judge. I don't know.
You see my face? Put me on a big screen. Put me on a big screen real quick.
We listen, but we don't judge. Wait, we can't see. You too black. You too dark. You gotta put some light. Right, we can't even see you. Just put some light on your face so we can see the expression. The darkness is taking over, okay? Anyway, so we're going to get into this. We're going to just start playing it, and let's hear what he's going to say. And I'm sure he's going to bring that fire and show that, me, I am, he is my teacher. So, of course, I'm going to always be on his side. But you know what? If I got to learn something new, I'm open to that too. So let's go. Let's hear what he has to say about. He says the thing is this. Why is there no such thing? Hold on. Wait, what is the? Why is there no such thing as Kemetic Rastafarianism? Why there is no such thing as Kemetic Rastafarianism? So here we go. Let's go.
My teachable platform where I upload a lot of self-help programs. Powerful, family. Yeah, powerful. Make sure you get over there, click that link, and check it out, family. And make sure you get a video a thumbs up, like it because you love it. Share it with your family and friends. Let's get to work, family. Why is there no such thing as comedic Rastafarianism. You see, because because everybody out here talking about tethers. You gonna get cut off today, nigga. We cutting all you niggas off. I'm about to cut all you niggas off. You know what I'm saying? Because you tethering. You've been on the baby bottle too goddamn long. Yeah, you've been on the baby bottle too goddamn long, and so we got to get you on out of here. People have been tethering on the comedic studies, and it's a lot of niggas in the comedic studies. They need to be cut off too. You see what I'm saying? We got to cut all these niggas off because they killing the potency of the Nile Valley culture. They killing the potency, and so.
Oh, this is where Sonetta would put on that thing that says, I need to get that thing for that. That's wild.
I'm okay with what he's saying so far, because why would I want to be tethered with people who worship daggone, doing they beating they meat in the Nile River? F comedic science. I'm an Israelite, nigga.
All right, let's go.
We had to get these niggas up out of here. And so we got some Negroes out here that claim to be comedic rosters. Ain't no such thing as no damn comedic roster. You see what I'm saying? They're just, this is only a means for them to tether on and kind of get a couple of, new members that might want to come over and put an ankh on, and at the same time worship Haile Selassie and this, that, and the third. And a lot of people believe that we should all exist. You see, that we should all exist in one space and time, but that's not true. Either you step up to the highest level or you get your ass left behind. That's just all it is to it. You either step up to the highest level or you get your ass left behind. And that's what is happening. It's going to have to happen, because too many people out here is teaching as if they in a place of authority, and they ain't really in a place of lack. They lacking in truth and reality. And so why is this? First and foremost, when you talk about Rastafarianism.
Wait, hold on. So is this true? Haile Selassie threw Dr. Ben's dad in prison for life? Is that a real?
Got it. So Haile Selassie was also the one who sent for Rabbi Matthews and established the first land grant for African Americans, to come back home. So I call BS. Rabbi Matthews went to Ethiopia in 1930s, and that's where he rested his head and closed his eyes forever. God, bless him. Bless. Big shout out, to the ascended teacher, Baba Yasha. I want to make sure that I acknowledge him. I love the Baba. He showed me love. And I was hurt to hear that he transcended, but at the same time, he's with the ancestors now, and we do have a record. Big shout out USA, my home. Big shout out, and big shout out to Baba Yasha. He is celebrating with the ancestors right now. But no, I don't want to be attached to the comedicism, because a lot of the comedicism comes out of the what's his name, freaking the dude that wrote 777 and the Book of the Dead. A lot of this neo comedicism is filled with Eurocentric demonology. So if that's what he wants to talk about, I'm okay with that. No, we don't want them over here. We don't want them over here.
All right, so let's get into it. But first and foremost, I wanted to share this real quick. Please, listen, let's give a shout out to Baba Yashabaya. He has passed away. May he rest in peace. Shout out to him. We are going to be doing a special show coming up soon. Really, I tried to do a live, but it got taken down by YouTube because, I did choose to play his unseen government content, but he has done so much on this channel over the 5 months that I was really able to capture his essence. So we're gonna play all those things too. Unfortunately,
Right.
The one video, there's the other video still up, thank God. But the one video where he was going in on so certain organizations that are really prevalent, that are really standing out right now, that got taken down. So, but may he rest in peace, and shouts out to Baba Yashabaya. So let's get back to the content at hand today, and let's talk about comedic. And I know that Baba would have came up here and gave the subject the blues. I'm already missing him because I'm sure he would have came up here and just had the book and everything. Like, listen, here's the book. That's what I'm missing about him.
Right. You say yes, Crowley, and no, Iyasu turned against Ethiopia, and if it wasn't for Haile Selassie, Ethiopia would have became a Muslim state like most of North Africa. So no, objection. You know what I'm saying? Argumentative, objection, relevance.
Right. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's hear what he's going to bring it.
A cult. And I know a lot of my roster, they're gonna be mad at me. You understand what I'm saying? But it's in love now. You see what I'm saying? They're just like when you my baby, she keep making noise and shit. I had to take my belt off. You see what I'm saying? I don't hit her. You know what I'm saying? But I had to scare her sometimes. I'm like, God damn it, you gonna make me, and I take it and I pop it a couple of times. Let her know. You see, but you Negroes out here, you understand? I might have to put the whip on you. You understand what I'm saying? I might have to take you back. You know what I'm saying? Because you're out of pocket. You see, you're out of pocket because I didn't ask you to attach yourself to the comedic studies because you know good and goddamn well that's not how it goes. You see, the Rastafarianism is a cult. They believe in man worship. They believe in worshiping a man. Now, I understand God is man, but that's me. I'm going to worship myself. I'm not going to worship no other man. That just ain't going to happen. You see, the Messiah I'm looking for is me. I'm my Messiah. You see, I don't know who your Messiah, but my Messiah is me. I'm my own Savior, my own Messiah. Y'all niggas in the man worship. You see, worshiping another man who was flawed anyway.
Yeah, that's a whole bunch of narcissism and psychopathy. But go ahead and let it rock. Let it rock. I'm gonna shut up. I promise.
You see, and I hate to bring that up. You see what I'm saying, Doctor? That's why they don't like Dr. Ben. Because Dr. Ben got on Haile Selassie. You see what I'm saying? He got on Haile. Said, I'm not gonna necessarily get on him, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't have to get on him today to prove my point. And then you into the Bible. Haile Selassie believed that he was the lineage of Solomon and Makeda, fictional characters. You fictional. There is no Solomon and no damn Makeda. You see, and I know y'all want to believe that there is no Solomon and no damn Makeda. Okay, that's fairy tale. That's Osiris and Isis. That's all it is. The Solomon and Makeda is only Osiris and Isis. They didn't rewrote the story and this, that, and the third. And even in the book, especially in the Kebra Nagas,
oh my God.
Solomon took Makeda, man. Come on, man. Y'all don't come on, man. Come on, man. He set the woman up so he could take her. I mean, come on, man. And I'm gonna use that language. And so that's what he did. He was, he wasn't no upstanding individual, even in the damn you say Marcus Garvey is it don't make no difference whether he is or not. That's tetherinism. You understand? That's a tether. Marcus Garvey got on Haile Selassie. He rebuked Haile Selassie because he fled Ethiopia when the Italians attacked Ethiopia. Haile Selassie fled the land. You see what I'm saying? He fled instead of, and Marcus Garvey said he should have stayed there and fought, but he fled. And so let's be clear about that. So that's tetherism. You see, where you attach yourself to something to give you some stability. That's why most people attach themselves to Egypt. The Bible, it attaches itself to Egypt for stability. Because when people look at Egypt, Egypt is real. And so in your assumption, this is a magic trick. Poof. We were in Egypt. We were even though you don't see them in Egypt, because they have tethered themselves to Egypt, it gives you the impression that they are as, you know, what the word am I looking? That they are as real as Egypt is real, and that's not true. You see, that's just not true. They're tethering, they're leeching on ancient Egypt to give themselves some credibility. Okay, that's just what it is. And so when you look at Rastafarianism and coming out of Solomon and Makeda, and then we talking about Solomon, who is supposedly the son of King David, and we just did David yesterday. David is the worst prophet in all the Bible, and Solomon ain't far behind him. You see what I'm saying? His father was a bisexual. He was that. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. He was in there with Jonathan and kissing, and all this shit, and say that, you know, I don't even want to put all the information.
This dude has the nerve. Number one, he brought up Osiris and Isis, right? And he's using Greek terminology for two mythical characters that never existed. And going to talk about Solomon and Makeda not existing. We all had a so-called mythological progenitor story that is a part of African culture. However, he has no king. You know what I'm saying? Egypt, he ain't trying to go back to Egypt because Egypt is Muslim now. And you ain't trying to go back there. But you can go back to Ethiopia because there is a land grant that was established by Haile Selassie, the only land grant, you know what I'm saying, in the last daggone, I would say, 1990, 1950, that he established a land grant for African Americans to return to. Not one Egyptian has ever came back to America and tried to free African Americans. And not even West Africans. Okay. Now that they see in our value, now they want to open the doors. And now most of Africa are becoming Rastafarians because they see how much of a value that we have. So that is crap. That is a false argument. It is a fallacy argument that he's making right here. Y'all, Sara Suten Seti, you got to do better. Come on, man. And you looking bugged out in the eyeballs, man. I see all kind of psychopathy in your eyeballs. Go ahead, sis.
Out there, because it's so, you know, we got babies. It's still goddamn 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. It ain't late enough. Baby's still up. Nigga had to PG this shit. You know, had to PG this shit. G rated. You know. So yeah, you can't attach no Rastafarianism to no Kemetic. I mean, you that's the Bible. Yeah, I understand there's certain aspects of it that are necessary for the interpretation, but I don't attach myself to the characters. You see, this is an overview understanding of certain terms and things of that nature. I understand what Ham mean, but I never said that Ham was real. I know what it means. This is esoterical understanding. You see, esoterical language. But here it is. Some of them, they believe in Jesus Christ. You see, they believe in Moses and they believe in all these things. So, you know, this is the degradation of ancient Egyptian history. You can't combine. You got to leave one behind. You're gonna either be one or you're gonna be the other, or you gonna create a lie. And you understand, you're gonna continue to fabricate lies so you can be able to explain what cannot be explained. How you gonna take these two different studies and you know, these two different subjects and merge them together, knowing they got two diametrically opposite understandings? Two diametrically opposite understanding. Okay, the Bible didn't even exist at the time of ancient Egypt. How you gonna come? You understand? There's no stories, and that shit came with the printing press. You see, that shit came with the printing press. That ain't no Bibles that go back to no BC period. There's no Bible, so how you gonna connect? So see, this is what's wrong with us today. This is what's wrong with us. And so today, you know, I'm gonna continue to do what I've always push out the fake.
No gems in the Bible.
You see, it's no longer
That's
that
the
we
law.
can allow, because see, that's what the conscious community. I'm not a part of no conscious community. You know, I understand what people, you know, what they believe. I'm not a part of no conscious community because it ain't nothing but a group of vagabonds that been tethering off of ancient Egypt and the Black Power studies for the fucking longest. All y'all niggas is tethers. You see, y'all couldn't get this movement. What y'all done is y'all eating up on the masses that have gathered under this study. They didn't gather under it. So y'all done took bits and pieces and say, oh, Pan-Africanism ain't this and that. You're tethering. And that's what Noble Drew Ali, what these niggas is doing today is no different than what Noble Drew Ali and the Nation of Islam did with Marcus Garvey, especially Noble Drew Ali. Now, I ain't gonna say Elijah Muhammad in them in that particular instance, but I know Moore Science Temple was trying to steal members from the UNIA when Marcus Garvey went into jail. So y'all niggas is tethers. You see?
Tether sounds like moist.
Yeah, yeah.
Stop saying tether.
Oh, well, that's where, you know, that whole tether thing comes from Tariq Nasheed with that whole thing. But I think that now what's happening in SETI is trying to say that the FBA movement and that whole movement is tethering off of the Pan-Africanism
problem. This is a problem. We have a common enemy, and we're arguing with ourselves because it's easier to beat each other up than to beat up our adversary. The tether movement is a part of the pause generation. Okay, tether. Say it again. Say it again. Tether. You sound gay. Don't use that term. Do not start dividing, allowing us to be divided and conquered, brother. Now, let me just say this real quick. The king of the Nile Valley goes back further than Egypt into the southern borders of the Nile. All of the kings of the Nile Valley are the kings of even Egypt. But yes, I'm a biblical, yes, the Bible is ours, not theirs. So when he starts doing this stupid stuff, what he's doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, what was that dude? What was the other Egyptian brother who's always on Sarnetta with the little ponytail, and he was singing songs with and he had the little freaking daggone braid on the side, and he looks really, you know what I'm saying, effeminate.
Oh, what was it? Shaka Amos?
Shaka Amos. Negro. I don't want to be tethered to some religion that talks about their deities being, you know what I'm saying, touched. Seth and Horus. This is what destroyed the Egyptian movement in our conscious community. This is why, you know what I'm saying, cats like Enki are trying to come back, because the Israelite movement has destroyed the Egyptian, you know what I'm saying, the Kemetic science movement that came out of Aleister Crowley. Yes, USA. Aleister Crowley, who was a prolific, I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to get this flagged. Yeah, y'all know what I'm saying. He was touching things. Okay. So Sara Suten Seti looking real crazy right now. The only African leader who's extended the gesture of good faith to African Americans and opened the land grant for Black folks to return to was Haile Selassie, the most decorated man in the world. The only person who would have been probably decorated more than him was Jesus Christ if he existed. And I'm not going to make an argument about whether he existed or not. However, you're being stupid. He was told to leave. Yo, there's video footage of Haile Selassie shooting down bomber planes before he left. And he was forced to leave by his own advisors. This dude is somebody who was slapping heads off with swords because he grew up in a warlord territory in Ethiopia. In order for you to have even gained that kind of power and authority, you had to be a warlord. So he was out there slapping and throwing spears when this dude was over here flapping gums. No, he wasn't even alive. Since 1892, he grew up in a territory that was, stop it. You couldn't see him. And at 5'4", you would have lost your limbs talking that way to him. By him. So what you're not going to do is paint this fallacy argument. And I got all of the smoke. You want to debate me on it, Sara Suten Seti? I'm nobody compared to you in the community. I am nobody compared to you. You're well known. But you're wrong, and you're mad that the Kemetic community has fallen to the Israelite community because of the erotic mythos that has turned the Kemetic community into silence by the Israelite community. Stop it, bro. You cannot do this. Do not do this. Go ahead. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead. I'm done right now. When we get finished with his spiel, I'm going to totally dismantle him and his argument. And if he wants to debate me, I have at least 5 daggone presentations, PowerPoints ready for him. I've done this too much, and I don't care to be tethered with no homoerotic doctrine where people were literally touching themselves and exploding into the Nile. I don't care about your belief system, bro. It was fruity booty. We're good. Let's go.
Yeah. You know, so they was stealing. They was goddamn stealing from Yeah. There's no way for a person. There's no way you can be Kemetic. You understand, without lying. You gonna lie, nigga. You gonna try to fabricate because the Kemetic knowledge clearly exposes the Bible as being a lie. Ain't no way, because in the Bible it says that Egypt is not even pre-Diluvian. What does that mean? That Egypt didn't even exist before the flood, Noah's flood, which is a goddamn lie. Based on chronology, that's a lie. Based on chronology, that's a lie. Based on the date that is given for the flood in the Bible, in biblical chronology. In biblical chronology, the Judaic chronology, using their own dates, they say the world was created around 4,100 BC. That's what they say. That the world, so if you take the genealogies and subtract them from 4,100, that'll give you the date supposedly when certain prophets lived, when certain events such as the flood. And if you trace back the lineage or you trace back the date of when the world was supposedly created, based on the Bible, not based on me, based on Judaic Christian chronology, the flood was around 2,333 BC. Now, based on different chronology, you'll get a little more, a little less, but right around 2,330. Okay, then Egypt is clearly in the 6th dynasty. It shouldn't be no Egypt, because I mean that's before Noah. Noah's supposed to be the grandfather of Egypt.
So, someone says Dr. York irritated Jeannie. Dr. Umar, bro, polite young fair. What are we talking about? What are we saying here? What is this?
No. Don't even. So Dr. York, you know what I'm saying? Dr. York, you know what I'm saying? The baby toucher, you know what I'm saying? Claimed that his father was killed. And Dr. York don't have no genetics that go back to Sudan. None. And neither does Sara Suten Seti have any genetics that go back to Egypt. He is not Egyptian. 90% of these Negroes have most of their DNA is West African. He needs to stop. He's getting. I never really cared for his teaching because he always sounds slow to me. But you know what I'm saying? I respect the brother for his work. But what you're not going to do is disrespect the only African leader who opened up their borders to African Americans. Haile Selassie even went to Martin Luther King's grave burial. And Malcolm X is quoted as saying that Haile Selassie was the greatest king and the greatest leader of their time. Okay, Malcolm X said that, understanding what he was doing. And to say that Haile Selassie was nothing and this, that, and the other, and he was, you know what I'm saying, is the propaganda that was posed on him because he was a African American, he was an African leader who cared about people abroad, and he went against the consensus of most European scholars who said that South-Saharan Africans were stupid and dumb. Haile Selassie did not fall to that, and that's one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying, Italy and them tried to invade, and they still lost. So then what we're not going to do is minimize this man who was the most decorated man in the Guinness Book of World Records, and who actually did something for us before any other African nation. Today, Sheshamani still exists. You know what I'm saying? He abolished slavery. That's why Marcus Garvey fell off with Haile Selassie, right? So Marcus Garvey was mad that Haile Selassie didn't immediately remove slavery. But Haile Selassie had looked at what happened in the Americas when they immediately removed slavery, which actually caused Black folk to go back to their slave masters as sharecroppers because they didn't have any economic power to thrive without their slave masters. So to immediately remove it would not have allowed them. And then on top of that, removed the financial support from the group, the tribes that were trying to continue to force slavery on folks. And that's why so many Ethiopian tribes hated him, because he took their power away and began to pay these poor folks out of his pocket. Stop it, y'all. Even the palace before Haile Selassie was even removed, him and his wife gave the palace to the students before the palace became an educational center for the children.
Right. And so listen, I want to welcome our guest onto the channel. Welcome, Dr. Baba Obanjoko.
Yep. Bless up,
welcome, Baba Obanjoko. So what we're talking about here is we're talking about the latest live that Seti did, where it's discussing why Rastafarians Kemet, they should not be claiming.
No, I agree with them on that. Yeah, I agree with them on that.
So he's saying other things on top of that, but the whole thing is about Rastafarianism, the Hebrew Israelites, and Kemet. So let's hear some of the things that he had to say. I'm gonna back it up a little bit.
You gonna let the brother chime in real quick before we start?
Well, he hasn't heard anything so far.
Okay.
He's just coming in, so we have to back it up a little bit so he can hear what's being.
Yes,
in the Bible, in biblical chronology, still from there's no way for a person. There's no way you can be comedic. You understand, without lying. You gonna lie, nigga. You gonna try to fabricate because the comedic knowledge clearly exposes the Bible as being a lie. Ain't no way, because in the Bible it says that Egypt is not even pre-Diluvian. What does that mean? That Egypt didn't even exist before the flood, Noah's flood, which is a goddamn lie. Based on chronology, that's a lie. Based on chronology, that's a lie. Based on the date that is given for the flood in the Bible, in biblical chronology, in biblical chronology, the Judaic chronology, using their own dates, they say the world was created around 4,100 BC. That's what they say. That the world. So if you take the genealogies and subtract them from 4,100, that to give you the date of supposedly when certain prophets lived, when certain events such as the flood. And if you trace back the lineage or you trace back the date of when the world was supposedly created, based on the Bible, not based on me, based on Judaic Christian chronology, the flood was around 2,333 BC. Now, based on different chronology, you will get a little more, a little less, but right around 2,330. Okay, then Egypt is clearly in the 6th dynasty. It shouldn't be no Egypt, because I mean that's before Noah. Noah's supposed to be the grandfather of Egypt. Noah is supposed to be the grandfather of Egypt. Noah is supposed to be the grandfather of Ethiopia. Canaan. Noah is supposed to be the grandfather of Canaan. So how you gonna have Egypt before Noah? How you gonna have Egypt before Noah? You see? So by the time the flood came, Egypt was already in its fucking sixth. It's in the 6th dynasty. You see, they already got made.
Right. So here, I want to see what Bob have to say. What are your thoughts about what you're hearing so far?
I'm calling my rabbi right now.
He's exactly right. If you look at the chronology that's actually in the Bible, you would be Noah would be preceding all of the things that came before. So but you run into discrepancies like that a lot, especially when you start talking about biblical chronology, because in various places in the Bible, it jumps all around in terms of chronology everywhere. I mean, even when you talk about the Garden of Eden and you start talking about, factual information, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on anybody's feet, but when you start talking about factual information about what the Bible's chronology is, you've got you're walking on thin ice, because the book itself, the chronology. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Seti is shooting shots at Rastafari. I'm live right now on DJ Genesis channel. I know you're about to go live, you know what I'm saying? But oh my
I thought somebody was getting ready to speak. Somebody was talking.
Okay, no.
Hello?
I hear you. I hear you, Elder. Keep going, brother. I'm not necessarily against what you're saying with the chronology. The Ethiopian Bible does not have the same chronology as what because the whole 7-day thing is not biblical, is not Ethiopian Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's actually a
Exactly.
large state of time.
Exactly.
So,
Well,
so
I'm sorry about that.
I
I'm
have
so
nothing. Yeah, I have no arguments with what you're saying, Elder. I have no
sorry.
arguments.
I was down. I was trying to explain to Baba that you were on the phone talking to somebody. So continue what you were saying, Baba. I had removed myself so I could like just not have too much like clutter on the stage. But continue what you were saying.
Well, if you look at, and I understand that, where our point of reference right now is Noah. I understand that. But if you look at various chronologies that go throughout Judeo-Christianity, and that's when you talk about Judeo-Christianity, you're talking about something that is different than the Ethiopian Bible, period. Okay. If you want more factual information, you would be looking more at the Ethiopian Bible than you would be looking at Judeo-Christianity. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes here, but that whole thing of Judeo-Christianity is a farce, or pretty much. I mean, they've got a lot of information in there, some of it factual, some of it not. Some of it start. I mean, and when I say not only chronology, but also with the storylines and what was expounded in the storylines. For example, if you talk about the Garden of Eden or Genesis, things get really hairy in terms of trying to understand and mark beginnings and origins of when something started and how we progress from a starting point. So, so how when do you? I'm very suspect of 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 facts, especially when we talk about time periods, especially BC, that are written and produced by European authorities. It's very questionable at this time right now. Some of the greats, Dr. Ben and Sheikh Anta Diop, have talked about this whole concept of chronology and how we have been given a chronology that is not necessarily in order with the way that things developed. Now I know I'm just coming in, at the later, like they say, the butt end of things. What is the, and I'm asking a question here now. What is the major point that we're making when we're talking about the origins of Noah versus Kemetic and Rastafarian uh, information and timeline?
Right. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of what Sara Suten Seti is saying. So so you can get an idea of what he's pretty much laying down, so that we can get an understanding. Here we go.
The pyramids is already built. The Great Pyramids is already built. Okay, before the flood. So that right there destroys that. You can't explain Egypt by way of the Bible. Egypt is far more ancient than the Bible. Okay, and so 230 and 233. And the crazy shit about it, you imagine that even if the flood happened around whatever time, if it's 233, a little later, it supposedly wiped everything off the planet. You see what I'm saying? So even if it was Egypt before the flood, if a flood came and washed everything away, Egypt would have had abruptly stopped. But Egypt continued on for 3,000 years. It got temples and shit that you can't refute that. Egypt got thousands and thousands of temples. Okay? Thousands and thousands of temples. And so if only 8 people got off the goddamn boat, if only 8 people, where did all the people come from to build the goddamn pyramid? Where did all the people? Because it would have took, how long do you think it would have taken to repopulate the world? You see, it probably was, according to the Bible, it probably was already small. And then you got 8 people. How long would it taken to repopulate the world so that you could build megalithic structures like them goddamn pyramids that you, man, come on, let's make this shit make sense. That's not enough time. Ain't even close to being enough time. So there's no way you can explain Egypt by way of the Bible. Now there's esoteric understanding where they letting you know that this is a black man's land. I understand they told on themselves that. You see that aspect of it, the geography, when they tell you that Egypt and Ethiopia was brothers, that's very critical because a lot of people don't say that Egypt and Ethiopia is brothers. They try to make it seem like the Egyptians and the Nubians is 2 separate peoples. But in the Bible and the Greeks, both the Bible and the Greeks give it up. They say that they brothers. They are the same bloodline. Okay? They are the same bloodline.
All right. So then I'm gonna just stop it there and see what would you say about that? Let's go.
So absolutely. And you know, I want to applaud the brother that was speaking. It's absolute, and he's moving along the same line of thought that I was talking about. You're kind of comparing apples to oranges when you start to look at Judeo-Christianity, and I'm hesitant to say to get into Ethiopian Christianity, but you know the whole concept of Christianity needs to be divided into 2 segments. There's Judeo-Christianity, which came more early, late BC, early AD, as opposed to Gnostic Christianity and the various cults and cultures of Gnostic Christianity. Because Christianity is not, it's something that goes back much further than quote unquote the birth of a Jesus Christ. I should say the birth of the creation of a Jesus Christ. So if you're talking, if you want to talk Christianity, you have to make a reference point of whether you're talking Judeo-Christianity or whether you're talking the ancient dynasties of Christianity that existed.
Here's a question.
Prior.
Is when the Rastafarians are talking about Christianity or Judaism, because I think a lot of Rastafarians would consider themselves to be Hebrew Israelite, right? Are they talking Judeo-Christian? Are they talking like Gnostic Christian after the Judeo-Christian?
No. The Rastafarians, Jah Rastafari, are talking about Judeo-Christianity. They were deep believers in Judeo-Christianity. Haile Selassie was a believer in Judeo-Christianity. Now, did they have a different version and did they do some things in terms of their worship different? Absolutely, they did. But this whole and please, I don't want to insult anybody, but this whole farce of Judeo-Christianity is something that was made up in Rome. It wasn't, it was for a particular time, it was for a particular purpose, and it had a particular objective. You have to understand the historical part of why that whole Judeo-Christianity came together at that time. You know, Rome was losing dominance. The only thing that saved Rome was Christianity and the enforcement of Christianity by any means necessary. And they had some horrible things that they did to enforce and convert people to Christianity, to the Judeo-Christianity, which had nothing to do with the whole concept of Christ consciousness, which they borrowed from the Gnostic Christians. The whole concept that they deified, that Judeo-Christianity deified into one individual, was a utopian individual, or was a utopian idealism for everybody in terms of the consciousness of universal cosmology and connecting to the universe. This is why Judeo-Christianity makes no sense when it's talking about an individual being the son of the unknown. You know, I'm not talking about a man-made God.
Yo.
I'm not talking about a man-made God now. I'm talking about literally the unknown, which brought all things into creation, which no man, no woman knows. Having a son, really? A son? Not a daughter, a son.
Excuse me?
So now anybody who wants to park and please, again, I'm not stepping on anybody. It's not my intent to step on anybody's toe. But anybody that wants to believe any part of that, that's their business. But I believe in putting spirituality before religion and looking at what our ancestors did in terms of factual observation and historical documentation that supports it. So an argument about Noah and building an ark
It's off topic.
makes my head hurt almost. If you're talking about true spirituality.
Okay.
And where we put the stick in the mud. Are we really going to talk about chronology from Judeo-Christianity? Are we really going to talk about that when we have civilization that dates back 1.5 million years prior to that, BC? That's a question.
It's not a relevant question to this topic.
And there's plenty of information, I'm
about to get
and documentation that is there that we can trace from a Kemetic standpoint. And beyond.
Genesis.
Of course.
Where you at, DJ?
Going into the Nubian and
Mesopotamian. I was up there.
This Negro is freaking daggone taking us down a rabbit hole that don't got nothing to do with the price of a can of beer.
First of all, I don't call him a Negro. He's a Baba. He's a Babalawo.
Not my Babalawo.
Right, but hold on. There's a certain
He need to put a shirt on too. Come on, be respectful.
Elder. Well, he's an elder, and so he doesn't have to do what he doesn't want to do. He's an elder. You don't want to put a shirt on.
That's cool. But what we not?
I asked him to come up here because I knew that he knew the Bible and could probably expound on it, and he was like about to go to bed. So I asked him to do something that most people wouldn't even do, is to come up here and discuss certain things. So
and distract us from the topic at hand. What dude was talking about the Rastafari movement?
Did you hear everything he said?
I heard what he said. The mythos of the Bible. Everybody has mythological belief systems within their belief systems. Those are mystery schools, right? We're missing the mark. It's not about, whether the Bible or the Kemetic science is perfect. Because if we want to bring up Kemetic science, now we have to try to substantiate the reality of Osiris and Isis existing. We're not here to talk about that. Sara Suten Seti said about a whole entire community.
All right, let's go back into what he's saying.
Wait.
Okay, let's go.
So that's critical. But other than just by way of the Bible, Egypt is far more ancient than the Bible. Okay? And so 233. And the crazy shit about it, you imagine that even if the flood happened around whatever time, if it's 233, a little later, it supposedly wiped everything off the planet. You see what I'm saying? So even if it was Egypt before the flood, if a flood came and washed everything away, Egypt would have had abruptly stopped. But Egypt continued on for 3,000 years. It got temples and shit that you can't refute that.
Right,
Egypt got thousands and thousands of temples. Okay? Thousands and thousands of temples.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so there are thousands of flood stories. One of the things about the Nile Valley traditions, right, is that the Nile Valley traditions always talked about floods. Why? Because the Nile flooded a lot. I don't believe in the biblical, necessarily the biblical narrative of the whole world being flooded. I guess, you know what I'm saying, Mighty Hebrew can go a little bit further into that, you know what I'm saying, if we wanted to go there. That really is, it's really a straw man argument, because at the end of the day, he's saying that Egypt is older than the Bible. Okay, I'll accept that. However, Egypt is not older than Cush. Egypt came out of the people in the lower Nile Valley. A transmigration started from the base of the Blue Nile and moved upward with the flood, with the flow of water, right? People always followed the movement of where the water went when they migrated. So what he's not saying is that Egypt is older than the Cushites. It is what he's saying is all smoke and mirrors right now. Because I don't even have to focus on the biblical folklore to tell him that Ethiopia and even Yemen, Southern Arabia, only 48 miles away, were moving around. Folks were trading, folks were interbreeding, genetics changed. Even Egypt has J1 and J2 haplo, right? So what he's not going to do is blow smoke. You're going to keep it 100, bro, and stop trying to make this about a battle against. Let's just get down to the science and to the evolution and to the transmigration.
All right, what Reverend Green? I think
because I can go into how Kemetic science today is. Listen, my father was a Baba, you know what I'm saying, too. I would, you know what I'm saying, if I'm going to get all religious about things, I'd rather lean on what I think is it has the most integrity. So I'm not even going to deal with it from a biblical standpoint or a Kemetic science standpoint, because most of Kemetic science that we know today is from Aleister Crowley, a Satanist.
Wait, so you think that most Kemetic? Okay, all right, Reverend Green. Okay.
Yes, DJ Genesis. Hello, everybody. Ashe. What I would say is that I think that Brother Sara Suten Seti is he's on point with the Kemetic issue with the Rastafari. And I believe that others who are into the Hebrew, Ethiopian, Rastafari, they might dismiss it. And I want to clear something up. The first day of the week of the Ethiopian day of the weeks is what?
I don't know how to say it.
Exactly. I didn't expect any
I
Rastafari
can
to
say
know.
certain things in Ethiopian. Like I could say prayers
I,
and
I,
everything in Ethiopian.
I'm gonna speak on it right now and eat this up.
I'm
I'm
humble.
gonna speak on it.
Yeah, go ahead,
I'm gonna
brother.
speak on it. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir.
The first day of the week, it's a 7th day of the week, and the Abrahamic word for it would be Edhu. All right, and it would be Sunday. It means sun. Now, if you go to Egypt, there's a temple called Edfu, and it's the temple of Horus, also known as Haru. Haru is the sun god, also meaning Sunday. Now, this word for Sunday in Ethiopia, this would be found also in the walled city known as Har Har,
Yes.
also in reference of who? Haru, who is Horus. So what I'm trying to say is I believe that sometimes these Rastafarians, they don't want to connect the Kemetic connection to their Ethiopian ways and actions that they're trying to live out.
But he's saying that Rastafari should not try to connect themselves to Egypt and Kemetic science.
Did he really say that?
Yes, that's what he's arguing.
Because he doesn't want y'all to tether on it, correct?
He's brethren, and I don't like that. That, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about our plight against, you know what
I
I'm
don't think it's about like the tethering of the Rastafarian. I think it's the tethering of using the Bible as
Yes.
Okay,
when
so
let's see what he said. Let's go back into what he says.
That's
Come on.
that's exactly what we're
Imagine
saying.
that even if the flood happened around whatever time, if it's 2:33, a little later, it supposedly wiped everything off the planet. You see what I'm saying? So even if it was Egypt before the flood, if a flood came and washed everything away, Egypt would have had abruptly stopped. But Egypt continued on for 3,000 years. It got temples and shit that you can't refute that. Egypt got thousands and thousands of temples. Okay? Thousands and thousands of temples. And so if only 8 people got off the goddamn boat,
This
if
is
only
non
8 people, where did all the
sequitur.
people come from to build the goddamn pyramid?
This is non sequitur. Because he's not talking about the temples in Ethiopia. He's not talking about the stellas that predate Egyptian stellas that are in Sudan and in Ethiopia. So what he's talking about is smoke and mirrors. Let's go to the Bible. Let's go to the history.
No.
Name one of those goddesses that predate those Ethiopian goddesses, those Kushite goddesses.
Bro. I'm not being cross-examined. You name it. Argue your own case. You tell us.
Well,
I can definitely tell you, but I'm reading how much I'm reading the strength of your energy.
I am not focused on the Bible history as much as I'm focused on the Lower Nile Valley history in relation to Egypt. The Egyptian.
But here's the question though. I think that's not what Seti is saying. What Seti is saying is that okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is all smoke and mirrors. What he wants to focus on the Bible. Yes, there are Rastafari, and I'm a biblical Rastafari, but I'm not biblical in the sense where I don't know that there are errors in the Bible. There's mythos.
But here's the problem:
mythos.
Which one are you going to be a Kemetic?
So there are.
This is what the actual.
Well, let me tell you why there are Rastafari tribes who are more Kemetic science based.
Why there is no such thing as Kemetic Rastafari? That is the title.
Right.
No, that's fallacy.
Why there is no such thing as Kemetic
so let's focus on that.
And so what he's doing is that with that argument, He's saying that if you are studying the Bible and that is your core thing, then how could you combine Kemetic knowledge
So
into?
let me answer that. Let me answer why.
What is the precursor to the Bible, sir?
That has nothing to do with the price of a can of beans in Botswana, nigga.
What?
The precursor. I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the history of the Nile Valley migrations. So I
Okay,
So what mansion, what Rastafari mansion do you belong to, sir?
I'm the only person on the panel who has a name here. Can I fly for a second? Can I explain something? I'm the only Rasta on here. And what you're not going to do is twist this up. I'm focused on his argument, not yours, and not Baba. Shout out to Baba. Samuel, much respect to you, sir. I don't mean to disrespect you, but my faith is being disrespected here. And so I'm here to defend my faith. Okay? So now,
if I may, I go means may I speak. It's not so much that we're here to defend anything. We're here as brothers to share information and to share knowledge, not to argue, fuss, or fight, but to just expound on what we understand, because none of us understand everything. None of us understand nothing. But I won't go there.
I'm trying to keep it
simple. But use the KISS method and keep it simple.
I'm trying to keep it simple, but everybody wants to go down
and the simple truth of it all, what the brother was saying is that when you talk about, and this was the talking point, the original talking point was this thing about Noah. And the only thing that the brother was saying, actually, the whole conversation was that if there had been such an occurrence, there would have been no Egypt there at all today.
This is not about Noah. It's about Haile Selassie in Ethiopia. He's putting Noah in the Bible in there. Hold on. He's putting Noah in the Bible in there to take you down a rabbit hole. I'm saying this. His argument in his title is about Rastafarianism and Kemetic science. In Kemetic science, in Kemeticism, there is something called the God King. The God King culture is what he's trying to misdirect you from. So there are Rastafari, I'm not one of them, who connect the God King of the Nile valleys to the ancient God Kings of Egypt, because even the God Kings of Egypt married into lower Cushitic bloodlines. They went by the maternal bloodline. The maternal bloodline came from the south. The queen of the south was how they created a son or a daughter to become a ruler in even Egypt. But that started all the way at the base of the Blue Nile, where present day Egypt, let's just remove the Bible, Noah, floods, all of that is non sequitur. And if we're paying attention to what he's trying to say, then we would know that he is blowing smoke and mirrors right now. It is that Noah is not the important reason why there are Rastafari who connect themselves to Egypt, because the Rastafari who connect themselves to Egypt don't believe in the Bible.
Okay.
They don't believe in the Bible at all.
Okay.
I know Kemetic Rastas. They don't care for the Bible at all. So Noah's story and all of that is non sequitur to Kemetic Rastas. So it is a fallacy argument, a straw man argument, and a smoke and mirror. It's bull crap.
I do. And should any of us care? And should any of us care about the a mythology of the Judeo-Christianity that somehow can continue to creep into the conversation? We don't want to center on just myth and lies, do we?
That's why I don't want to talk about that, because honestly, this is about Kemetic rosters, and Kemetic rosters don't even believe in the Bible. So that's a nonsense.
And that's your foundation of belief is Kemetic rosters.
My foundational, I'm a secular roster, right? So I look at the history. I know what myth is.
One love rosters.
I understand the myths of the Bible, and I understand the myths within our historical, cultural, mystery schools, right? I know what myth is, and I know how it functions. I'm just going to focus on the history. Why are there Rastafari who connect themselves with Kemet and not Israel? And even though that the Ethiopia is primarily, Judeo-Christian with a sprinkle of Islam, that is not the history why why Rastafari Kemetics connect themselves. They connect themselves because the last God King of the Nile Valley, they don't care about the Bible. They don't care about the flood. They really don't. I could call somebody up and bring them up here and let them tell you as a
call them up while we play the rest of this, because I want to hear, because I never
we're over here talking about
Rastafarianism was based on the Hebrew Israelite understanding of things.
So
I don't know.
To focus on the topic that he placed and not on the smoke and mirrors. The Bible is non sequitur in Rastafari Kemeticism.
What are all the people? Because it would have took, how long do you think it would have taken to repopulate the world? You see, it probably was, according to the Bible, it probably was already small. And then you got 8 people. How long would it taken to repopulate the world so that you could build megalithic structures like them goddamn pyramids that you, man, come on, let's make this shit make sense. That's not enough time. Ain't even close to being enough time. So there's no way you can explain Egypt by way of the Bible. Now there's esoteric understanding where they letting you know that this is a black man's land. I understand they told on themselves that. You see that aspect of it, the geography, when they tell you that Egypt and Ethiopia was brothers, that's very critical, because a lot of people don't say that Egypt and Ethiopia is brothers. They try to make it seem like the Egyptians and the Nubians is 2 separate peoples. But in the Bible and the Greeks, both the Bible and the Greeks give it up. They say that they brothers. They are the same bloodline. Okay? They are the same bloodline. So that's critical. But other than that, the Bible speaks vile of African people in there. Now, the question I have a problem with, this, because that's why I have to explain this. In the Bible, and we talk about Rastafarianism, we're talking about Solomon, we're talking about Makeda, Solomon, we're talking about Rastafarianism. In the Bible, Ethiopia Kush is brother of Egypt, brother of Canaan, but ended up with the Shemitic religion. Canaan was their brother. They went in there and committed genocide on the Ethiopian Cushite brother, Canaan. But they ended up with the religion of the invaders. You see, how did they end up with the Hebrew religion against their own brother? Look it up. The Ethiopian Cush was brother of Canaan, brother of Egypt. But they ended up with the religion of the adversaries. How did they do that? You see? That's why I tell you, look at that book. But see, that's why you have to understand that the Ethiopia of today, the one of today, was Abyssinia. It's not the ancient Ethiopia. The ancient Ethiopia is Nubia in the Sudan.
Bullshit.
That's the ancient. That's the ancient.
He's telling the truth right there.
See, Ethiopia came from the term Aethiops. Aethiops was the Greeks' word for all of North Africa. In fact, when you get to the maps in the 18th century, they actually named most of Africa Ethiops, you know what I'm saying? And that's in the 17th and the 18th century, right? So the point is, Kemetic Rastas do not subscribe to the Bible at all. So you see why this is the non sequitur argument? They don't even believe in the Bible. They believe Haile Selassie is a bloodline of king to all of the Nile Valley kings that ruled in Egypt. They don't care about Kemetic stuff. They don't care about the Bible. They don't care about Noah. They don't care about none of these timelines. They don't care. And even though that Haile Selassie himself, you know what I'm saying, stood up for Ethiopian Christianity and Judaism, they don't even care about that. That's why we, you know what I'm saying, amongst in the Rasta community, you know what I'm saying, those of us who are Israelite Rastas and Christian Rastas argue with Kemetic Rastas because they totally do not adhere to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church at all. They don't care about the Bible. So he is making a non sequitur argument. You're not going to sit there and tell a Kemetic science, a Kemetic Rasta about Noah and the flood because they're going to agree with you because they don't care about the Bible. The Bible to them is butt paper, toilet paper.
Sure.
Okay? So that's why I'm saying he's making a misrepresentation. Maybe he just hasn't had a conversation with Kemetic Rastas. Kemetic Rastas only honor Haile Selassie, Menelik II, Queen Zarditu, and the bloodlines because they believe that they are of the original bloodlines of Nile Valley kings and queens. That is it. No Bible included. I'm muting up now.
Jeez. How long have you felt that way about? I mean, I know there's a history where Zionists or Zion Rastafaris, because they praise Zion.
Yes.
Correct. And so I would think that holding on to that sentiment, they feel oppositional towards Egypt and Kemet to go along with the storyline of Egypt kept Israel into bondage.
No, not the Kemetic Rastas. They don't subscribe to that. So
No, I'm saying, but you are a Zionist Rasta, correct?
So Black Zionism actually started before Israel Zionism. In fact, the early Black Hebrews of Harlem are the ones that created the flag that we see today in Israel. The Israelites, the Jews, the Israelis stole that flag from the Black Jews of Harlem and Chicago. But that's not really the topic. The Rastafari Kemetics do not subscribe. Zionism in their mind is a return to Africa. It doesn't matter. The Bible is not even a so they use the term Zionism as symbolically, but for them, Zionism is Africa and has nothing to do with the Bible. Nothing.
Right. So
yeah,
how do you feel? Are you aligned with the Beta Israel, also known as the Falasha?
The Falasha. No, okay. So Falasha, and I do have some friends who are Falasha, but Falasha don't have the J1, J2 haploid. Actually, they have more genetic connection with the people of Ethiopia, and that's why they say that they're not really Jews. However, for some reason Israel said that they practice an older form of Judaism, and so they accepted them in, and now they're over there. Haile Selassie said that if you go over there, you're not going to be treated right. You go over there with the present regime. He actually voted against when he was in the United Nations. Voted against Israel becoming a state against the Palestinian people, and said that it's going to become oppressive, and it's going to be war, and war is never going to stop. That's what Haile Selassie said about present day Israel, and we're seeing his words come to light. However, he's pointing out specifically Kemetic Rastas, and he's misrepresenting what they teach. And I'm an Israelite Rasta. I'm a secular Israelite Rasta, so I know the mythos and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I can have that conversation all day, but I don't necessarily subscribe to myth. I subscribe to history, understanding that Rastas who are Kemetic focused, they do not accept the Bible, Christianity, or none of those traditions. They only accept African, Egyptian, and Northeast African early traditions, and they're more focused on the fact that we only had our last God King. So the God Kings of the Nile Valley are the earliest form of God Kings. So even Queen Elizabeth and all of these other queens and kings, they don't say like they really don't even have power anymore. They came out of stealing our tradition of a divine kingship. That is one of the earliest forms of our theological, you know what I'm saying, royalty. That goes back longer than the Bible. And so Kemetic Rastas acknowledge Haile Selassie to be our last Nile Valley God King. No Bible included. None of it. That's what they argue. They don't care about it. They don't at all. So this is a nonsense, or what he's posing here has nothing to do with Kemetic Rastas.
When you say secular Rasta, is it like One Love Rasta?
No, not at all. I'm not a hippie. You know what I'm saying? There's some Rastas who became hippies, and Bob. I'm not a Bob Marley Rasta. I'm a Capleton Rasta. I fight.
Let me finish this.
Okay.
And finish what he said, and then we're gonna like continue to talk, because I think we're at the end of it. It's like about maybe five more, like maybe 2 more minutes left.
In the Sudan, okay, that's the ancient Ethiopia that's in the Sudan. But that's just clear. It's clear that there's some the Sabaean and all of that, and the Habasha and all of that they got that Arab blood in them, and they adore it. It's one thing if they jump on you and they do you so, that's we understand what happened when peoples is conquered. But when you identify with the conqueror and you uplift the conqueror's culture and make them superior, as invaders over the indigenous people, then you no different than they is. We got to treat you like the damn invaders. We got to treat you like the damn invaders. You see? So again, you niggas, it's time. It's reckoning time. The reckoning is here. You see? The reckoning is here. It's time to cut out all this, this bullshit. All this tethering. I'm cutting all these niggas off and putting it in and coming with the straight fire like it is supposed to be taught. It's time to get all these tethers up off of the Kemetic stuff. And some niggas that claim to be Kemetic need to come up off the studies. Because a lot of these niggas still believe in Charles Darwin and shit and this, that, and the third. They don't know how to deal with this. So we come out on top. They just don't know how. They so attached to some of these, and some niggas, they attached to Champollion. I'm just gonna be real. They can't live without Champollion. You see? They can't live without Champollion. I can manifest without Champollion. I don't need Champollion. The Europeans need Champollion. You mean all of the African world is beholden to Champollion? Huh? If you mean, nigga, you in a goddamn, you in a prison. You in a prison. You got to wake up out of it. Well, family, we just got we got more.
And that
All
was
right.
his one. So he started off with that, but
It's all wrong, though. Let me tell you something. Some of the earliest dynasties of Kemet, they were black, but they were J1. There was a back migration 8,000 years ago. A multitude of Northeast Africans moved up toward the lower base of Eurasia, underneath the Caucasus Mountains. Some of them went north. Some of them returned in a back migration. When they returned back in a back migration, they brought the mutation of J1 haplo that came out of HG1 and HGI and HGJ that came out of Northeast Africa. HGI and HGJ went up into the lower base of Eurasia, came back, and that's why even most of your kings of Egypt, even prior to the Romans and the Greeks influence, all had J1, J2 haplo. So what he's doing right now is still blowing smoke up your hindquarters.
all right. So listen, so Baba, is there something that you wanted to say? And then I'm going to play the next thing where it talks about, because I think that this was the beginning of a series of what he's going to be talking about, because he now gets into the Hebrew Israelites being a part of the Mormon. It's a Mormon thing. So
I agree with him on that. I 100% agree, because
all right, so before we get into that, but I want to see if Baba have anything to say with the subject at hand, and then we're going to get into this Mormon.
I have a question for the brother that was talking about the origin or the foundation of Selassie and how that was connected to the ancient kings and queens of ancient Kush or Ethiopia. I I I get a little confused with that, because it's for with the studies that I've done. I I was clear that Selassie I was much more of a Judeo-Christian philosophy than anything else. He himself.
Yes, sir.
Is that not true?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. But His Imperial Majesty also said, you know what I'm saying, that he was not as a king, he was not just a king to the Christians, he was a king to all of those who were in his realm. And so he honored and respected all of the religious practices. He was one of the most humblest kings. He could have been, you know what I'm saying, totally, you know what I'm saying, focused on Christianity. They made him, he was coronated as under the Ethiopian Tewahedo Church. You know what I'm saying? However, one of the reasons why so many different tribes of Ethiopia have problems with him is because he extended his hand to every faith, traditional African faiths. You know what I'm saying? To the Muslim that was there, he didn't care about, he said, and this is his quote, he said that none of us should ever question the religion and the beliefs of man, because none of us know, you know what I'm saying, none of us know the basically the mysteries of God. I'm kind of paraphrasing. So he himself was ordained as king and anointed according. So the anointing that he received, even though he was being anointed under the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they poured 7 bowls of oil on his head according to the East African tradition. He was anointed according to a tradition that predates biblical anointing. Biblical anointing came from our stuff. Half of these little traditions and ritual practices that were in the Bible predate the Bible and any of the figures therein. You agree with that, brother?
Absolutely.
Elder? Yeah. So
Absolutely.
so even their Christianity had its roots, right? So even the Messiahship, right? We talk about how Heru in Kemetic science, you know what I'm saying, was like the son of Osiris, a son of God. Osiris also was a son of Amen, right? So the Davidic throne, the Christianity that Ethiopia practiced was nothing like the European, although there was influences when Europeans, you know what I'm saying, came in. There was influences. He knew that and he spoke on that.
So here's a question. Here's a question I have. Okay. So do the Kemetic Rastafarians also revere the same way that you're laying this down with Haile Selassie, the same thing? Do they look at him the same way when it comes down to things? Or is there a difference between Judeo Rastafarianism and how they look at Haile Selassie? And
no. They got beef with us.
so the Kemetic does not look at Haile Selassie as like this.
Yeah, no, they don't practice it that way. And and I have a ton of them on my Facebook page. You know what I'm saying, that deal with the Kemetic science. No, they don't.
All right. So Seti might have been like probably miscalculating when he came back.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he was going to focus on Israelite Christian rosters, he should have focused on Israelite and Christian rosters. But when he talks about Kemetic rosters, he does not know how the Kemetic rosters move. And they do not believe in the Bible. Actually, they're antithetical to the Bible. I get into arguments with them.
That might be the thing. So so Seti, I hope if you're watching this or you see this at some point, maybe you could correct that and discuss that. Baba, did you have something that you were looking up that you were about to like bring to the
Right.
No,
The only reason they honor his Imperial Majesty is because he was the last Nile Valley God King. The God Kings came from the Nile Valley. So even Egypt's God Kings came from the earlier, lower Nubia, Sudan, all that whole culture started there.
All right. So Seti didn't stop at that. He also got into the Hebrew Israelites and why the Hebrew Israelites are Mormon. So let's go into what he has to say about that.
No, I'm agreeing.
Hebrew Israelite. This is a damn shame. And it say that Daniel looked up into heaven and he saw God sitting on the throne, and on his head was the pure wool. And y'all know damn well, y'all got these so-called Israelites, and all they doing is bringing the low, what you call the savage culture from the caves into the black man, black woman land. You know what I'm saying? Degrading the society. We got to talk about that today. Degradate. You see, we got to have flea baths and all of that, tick baths and shit and all of that. And, this is shameful that we had to go through this today. But anyway, why the Hebrew Israelites are undercover Mormons. You see, matter of fact, let me get my comments in there. I know it's gonna be hot around here.
I agree.
I know y'all coming in. Come on in. I know it was probably some Hebrew Israelites gonna slip on off in there. You understand? Sweaty with all that goddamn punk rock. What they got? Punk rock. What they call that shit? Rhinestones and goddamn spike. Spike headbands and wristbands and shit, and you know what I'm saying? Look like it.
Come on, man.
They on the goddamn. What's that? What was that?
Spikes, man. Come on, man. That's like
Defied it. You know what I'm saying? Niggas out there on the corner looking like Defied Deadly Venoms.
Leave my studs alone.
Yeah, them niggas out there looking like Defied Deadly Venoms and shit. Yeah, let me get them up.
Word. What's wrong with that?
That is,
Yeah. Yeah, niggas out there looking like the five deadly venom. Anyway,
WWE.
my question is, I said, well, goddamn, they got all the, what's, you got Hispanics, you got Puerto Ricans, you got Cubans, all of these are supposed to be a part of the 12 tribes. I say, goddamn, they shipped everybody. Ain't nan nigga from any of them tribes stay in the original land. All of them, they didn't ship up. So I was wondering because they was in Africa. And so how in the hell did all these, especially these pale skins, how the hell did they come from Africa? You see, these are the troglodytes. How the hell are they a part of the Hebrew Israelite? I'm trying to figure this out.
I cannot even argue with him on this one. Except for the studs. I like
that's what it's about. This is why we member for 21 months. Oh wow. We got to give a shout out. You got to give a shout out. Yeah, wait a minute. What did I do? I didn't do something I ain't supposed. Oh, there it is. Okay, there you go. All out there, I appreciate y'all too. All the going and put some hot sauce on this. You see, I'm wondering. I said, well, how is it possible? That Puerto Ricans and things. How did they get into the 12 tribes? And then I say, you know what? I used to be reading the Book of Mormons, and they used to be talking about the Native Americans. I say, well, goddamn, how in the hell? Yeah. How in the hell? Okay, we're gonna try to stay on this topic right here for maybe matter of fact later on this evening I'll do a question. Whether we can I'll just take all questions. It'll be on my live later on this evening. I said, well, how in the hell could they be a part of the 12 tribes? What is their logic? I know they ain't a part of it because there ain't no way, because they spent damn near 400 years in Black Egypt. So I know ain't no damn Hispanics and no damn Puerto Ricans in no 12 tribes, even though we know that's mythology, but we going to use it for what it's worth. You see what I'm saying? So how in the hell you spend over 400 years and you come out with all these damn goat fur, pale skin Hebrew Israelites? How do you rationalize that? You see? Yeah. Thank you, family. How do you rationalize that? And so I was like, I study all religions now. And I remember I say, damn, well, the Book of Mormon say that, the Israelites came here. So I had to do a research and get into this. Now, what y'all got to understand, we're talking about old Joseph Smith. You see out there with all, the Mormons and shit with 40 wives and 88 kids and shit. You see, breaking all kind of laws and shit out there. You see what I'm saying? All ancestral and shit. Brothers and sisters and first cousins and second cousins at the same time, third cousin, aunties and mamas and shit, and all mixed up out there. You understand what I'm saying? Motherfuckers' blood so thin, if they get a paper cut, they might bleed to death. Straight up. Get a paper cut, it might bleed to death. Blood that damn thin. But anyway. Now listen to this. Religion, Latter-day Saint, Book of Mormon perspective. Now, in the Book of Mormon, Lehi, okay, we talking about old Lehi, was a Hebrew prophet who left Jerusalem around 600 BC and sailed to the Americas with his family. According to that scripture, particularly in the books of Nephi, you got 1 Nephi, 2 Nephi, and Alma, Lehi's descendants, especially through his sons Laman and Nephi, became 2 major peoples known as the Lamanites and the Nephites. Okay, the Nephites. The Book of Mormon teaches that the Lamanites eventually became ancestors of some of the indigenous peoples of the Americas.
Right. He is absolutely correct. I connected the dots with the One West Camps doctrine, and I said, this is nothing but Mormonism.
But hold on. Now I did a show.
Yeah, no, he's right on this one.
Listen, I did a show with a guy on my thing, and he talked about how Mormon came from the Moors. That more men. Now I don't know, but he's saying that the Moors were the Mormons. Mormon is not even a Caucasian concept. It's actually a Moorish.
Yeah.
So and that's
the Book of Mormon, though. In the Book of Mormon, they equate black skin and blackness with sin. And so the Nephites and those who were born of the, you know what I'm saying, what he was talking about, you know what I'm saying, in their lore, even though none of those words exist in Hebrew. So there is no Moroni in Hebrew. There is no Nephi in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? None of that. All of these names are concocted, kind of like the Owaski.
But why does it have to exist in Hebrew if there's more?
Well,
so
they're saying that they were Israelites.
Hebrew more ancient than more?
They're saying they're saying that these were ancient Israelites that came over here. They're saying that they didn't say nothing about Moors. I'm talking about what the Mormons teach. And they teach that these were ancient Israelites who came here pre-colonialism. And so they believe that these people still had the same traditions, languages, and practices when they got here, but they fell to sin, and sin blackened their skin. This is how we know that.
You know what's so crazy is, my parents sent me to the book, the Mormon Church, and when they found me coloring a book and blackening the skin of the black one, that was
got upset with you.
Honey, yeah, they didn't. I was a child, I was a baby.
You didn't
my stepfather, who was a Nation of Islam or Islamic, was about to whoop their ass. Like it became a whole thing. So yeah, I remember my mom actually sent me to the Mormon church.
Wow,
interesting, right? Like when I was a kid, like sent me to the Mormon church to learn about the Mormons, and that's how I know about the Levites and how they were like this tribe, and
yes,
their skin turned black because they went against God and this, that, the other. So let's go.
So they taught a racist doctrine that equated black skin with being sinful.
Yeah.
Okay. And when they got saved or whatever, they became white as snow.
Yeah. Go
ahead. What's the elder Bible? Pull that up before you go. He's got his page over here. I want to see what he got. Go ahead, elder. What you got?
Bible, did you want to like bring something up, Baba?
Yeah, he was just pulling up a page right there. I don't know what he was pulling up. I want to see it.
Yeah, that's what I was researching. You're right.
Oh, am I right or wrong?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Thank you, elder.
I was reading in reference to what we're talking about.
Right. So yeah, I agree with him on this. I agree with Sara Suten Seti on this one. Absolutely. He ain't wrong on this.
All right, so let's hear some more of it. So.
Okay. Now, what's critical, they say that this guy, Lehi, was from the bloodline of Manasseh, who was the son of Joseph. Okay, was the son, and they also saying that Ephraim. Okay, now when I looked at this 12 charts, I seen that the so-called Puerto Ricans was from Ephraim, and the Cubans was from Manasseh. Okay, Manasseh. So when I look, I said, oh, they lining it up. They lining it up. It aligns with the Book of Mormon. So I say, oh yeah, these are some damn some undercover Mormons. Yeah, these are some undercover Mormons here. You see, and so you get. I got it here for you. In case, matter of fact, let me put it up here for
you. Can you guys hear what he's saying? I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that you guys couldn't see it. Hold on, my bad.
No, he's going. Let him fly. Yeah, and that comes out of British Israelism. Mormonism actually.
Let me see if I can get it in here for you.
British
Right quick.
Israelism. Yep. The 12 tribes stuff. And I pointed out that the Rastafari 12 tribes, there's a group, there's an organization that Bob Marley was in that was in the 12 tribes of Israel of the Rastafari camp. There's multiple Rastafari doctrines. The 12 tribes.
It's hard for me to
born from
but
Israel.
anyway, it should be good enough for y'all to see. I had to bring it up.
Sis, let me just say this.
And so
the Rastafari 12 tribes just so happened to come out in 1968 at the same time that One West was born. They're getting that from British Israelism. So yeah, he's right.
I would like to add on one thing is that the 12 mansions, not the 12 tribes of Rastafari, but the 12 mansions. Bob Marley was part of this more secular British version of it.
Yes,
because his father was British, and the version of the mansion that he was in was Nyabinghi.
No. 12 tribes. I'm Nyabinghi. He was not Nyabinghi. 12 tribes was established by a dude they called Prophet Gad. Prophet Gad established the 12 tribes of Israel in 1968 at the same time that the establishment of the ISUPK from Abba Bivens started. So there was British Israelis. You're right about that. But Nyabinghi and 12 tribes are two different doctrines, and we get along when it's time to do our holy days. But we
again, the 12 mansions of Rastafari.
No, so 12 mansions. We all call mansions. There's more than 12 mansions, brother.
Gotcha. Bob Marley belonged to Nyabinghi.
I'm in the LOJS mansion. That is the mansion of Rastafari as well. And I used to be Nyabinghi. Bob Marley is not Nyabinghi. However,
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely. I know this, man. I've been doing this since I was.
Say it one more time louder, though.
Bob Marley is 12 tribes, Rasta from Prophet Gad. Nyabinghi was born out of the youth black faith, and we have a different doctrine. I'm LOJS now, but I was Nyabinghi, and we do share some traditions. We don't share the same doctrine.
So and you're saying Bob Marley was not Nyabinghi?
No, but he used to play Nyabinghi drums and worship with Nyabinghis and Baba Shantis and youth black faith and all, because we all see that's the thing about Rastas. Even though we have different denominations, we still worship together, unlike other religious groups who divide themselves from each other because they have different doctrinal beliefs.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had some sweaty Rastafari pussy?
Objection. Satan, the Lord rebuke you.
What are we doing here? Why?
Okay.
That's weird. Why would you say that?
Weird, bro. Like,
now here we go with this weird shit.
You
be saying some stuff and then you say stupid shit.
Don't do that.
Don't kicked off. Saying no dumbass.
Don't get nasty like that. We don't talk that kind of language. Maybe the 12 tribe niggas do. I don't know. But we don't get down with that kind of
that's crazy, Reverend Green. Why in the hell would you even say that? What the fuck wrong with you? You're being a weirdo. And let's go back to what
Lord rebuke you right now in the mighty name.
But they're saying archaeology don't support that. They say that these so-called what you want to call Hispanic or whatever the fuck they is, it come from Asia. And they ain't indigenous, but that's where they came from. They ain't even indigenous there, but that's where they did not come from. No Africa, and they did not come from no Middle East at the time, which that whole area was nothing but black people running around. Ain't no goddamn way. So even at the time when the Romans came in, it still was predominantly black, even at that time. Now I got another source that I want to bring up, but this is aligning with where they got that damn 12 tribes from. You see, they have adopted some of the Mormon belief system, because that's the only place that they got it from. Because who else would I mean, how did you get them in here? So they saying that at some point in time, one of the descendants of Joseph in the Bible, one of his descendants sailed to the Americas. Now, I don't know when a goat herder ever got a ship, because they were not seafarers at all. The Hebrews at that time, no, I don't know one story where they were, other than, you know, maybe fishing off the the Sea of Galilee or something like that. But they, other than that, you never heard of no damn. They was goat herders.
Yeah,
you see, and it wasn't until they got in that air to that land where they became fishermen. You see, but before, other than that, they was out there with them goats and them goddamn them camels and shit. So that's real talk. So that's exactly who they are. So they ain't got nothing to do with the indigenous population that came out of the areas of the Bible. Okay, plain and simple. Okay, plain and simple. All them people was a black lineage. And so now this other one, this one drop it in. Let me bring this one in. You know, this drop it in even deeper. You see, I say, well, damn, they even use the same characters in the Bible. Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim and Manasseh is the same. Ephraim is the Puerto Ricans and Manasseh is the Cubans. So yeah, so this is really these niggas is undercover Mormons. I say, well,
you know, what's so crazy is if you go to Cuba, they're Ifa. They're not, well, maybe Ephraim mean Ifa. Because, when you go into Cuba, they're Ifa. They are 100%.
Because they say Lukumi. Lukumi is the
Lukumi, my friend. That's a Lukumi is a greeting called my friend. And then Lukumi was an actual area in West Africa.
Right. Yes. So I agree with him. They're trying to connect dots. And one of the things also that he said was that was a hole in their whole entire argument. See, they used Deuteronomy 28 to try to justify African slaves being brought over here, right? And so in Deuteronomy 28 it says that that Israel would be brought to a land that their forefathers never knew. So if you're going to say that Native Indigenous Americans and Latinos, say you could play with Latinos because that came out of some of the transatlantic slave trade, but even the 14th century Portuguese and Spain expulsions of Moors. So we can play with that a little bit. However, when you say the Native Americans, and my grandmother is Native, I'm Shinnecock on my mother's side. So they do not say, or they do not accept this idea, even on the reservation, that they were Israelites. They were distinct from Israelites. This is a land that our forefathers never knew, according to Deuteronomy 28. So that contradicts their doctrine. It's a doctrine. It's a contradictory doctrine. How?
Well, I want to show you something that's going to blow your mind. Listen. Let me show you something that's going to really make you.
It's dumpster juice.
It might piss you off or whatever, but I'm going to tell you this because I interview a lot of different people on my channel.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you this is that you probably didn't ever see this. His name was. It was called The Secret to Ancient Wisdom, and his name was the Book of David. And he actually did a whole thing discussing about, let's go into this, about the Mormons. Okay, let's go into that. So
let's see that. I'm on here. I'm gonna mute up.
Out here is really talking about this type of stuff. For the most part, we have the red pill commentary. We have the conscious people talking about the Hebrew Israelites arguing with each other. But are we really getting into it where the politics meet the spirituality, meets who we are and where we come from? So without further ado, I definitely want to introduce my special guest, King Solomon, aka the Book of Johnson. Welcome.
Peace.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong. I made it slow down to speed up. My bad. Let me speed it up because it's a lot to
Coleman was the one that I put on the front of my book. Yeah, it's actually a play on words. It's the
She connected to the Moors.
yes, that's why it's the Moor Man Church.
What?
Yeah, see, the thing is that things have been so flipped in this country that the true history of things in this country has been, it's basically the biggest destiny swap that anybody could ever imagine possible. A lot of people don't realize this, but black comes from the word blanc, which is the word blank, which is actually meaning void of color, not people of color. And so if you dig back into your family tree, and you can do this through the Mormon church history, through family trees and things like this, what you'll find is if you go back into the early 1800s, the people that were what is now considered to be black, if you check.
All right, so hold on. Let me go back to what he originally stated. So I got cut off.
He seemed very credible. He looks a little
She connected to the Moors.
sugar in the tank.
Yes, that's
I was saying that as soon as he came on when this first aired, I was telling her that, but it's all right.
Information because
got
I don't
some-
know if everybody out here is really talking about this type of stuff. For the most part, we have the red pill commentary, we have the conscious people talking about the Hebrew Israelites arguing with each other. But are we really getting into it where the politics meet the spirituality, meets who we are and where we come from? So without further ado, I definitely want to introduce my special guest, King Solomon, aka the Book of Johnson. Welcome.
peace. I forgot that was the King Solomon was the one that I put on the front of my book. Yeah, it's actually a play on words. It's the King Soul of Man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a King Soul Omen.
It is. It is. It is as well. That's the whole point of it. Is
Okay.
that it has multiple meanings to it right from the rip. Like it's just right down to the point to where it's going to make you think no matter what it is that you're looking at it from the perspective of.
Right. So I didn't know exactly how to pronounce it, like King Soul Omen or King Solomon. So I just kind of like flubbed it a little bit. So you
all of the above.
Right.
Right, because
So
I would
I
like to
wanted to really get down into who are you? Where did you come from? What is your background? You know, who is King Solomon? Who is the Book of Johnson?
his name.
Let's get
ain't
into it.
Solomon is slow mo.
Okay. All right. I guess a brief history. I come from the House of Johnson, which came from the Smith family. All right. We just recently had integrated into the Johnson family through my grandmother and my grandfather. Now, as far as my bloodline and blood ties into this country, my great-great-grandfather was John Wesley Smith, and his twin brother is the Joseph Smith that started the Mormon Church.
Okay.
Now, the difference is that it's not the Mormon Church because it wasn't a religion when it was began. It was the Moor men, the men of the Moors, the Mauritanians, which are the original.
Wait, so you're talking about the Mormon Church is actually connected to the Moors?
Yes, that's why it's the Moor Man Church.
What?
Yeah, see, the thing is that things have been so flipped in this country that the true history of things in this country has been, it's basically the biggest destiny swap that anybody could ever imagine possible. A lot of people don't realize this, but black comes from the word blanc, which is the word blank, which is actually meaning void of color, not people of color. And so if you dig back into your family tree, and you can do this through the Mormon church history, through family trees and things like this, what you'll find is if you go back into the early 1800s, the people that were what is now considered to be black, if you check their census records, it's going to show you that they were white, because white and black are legal constructs. This is a lawful language issue, because lawfully speaking, white means the landowners, and black means civiliter mortuus. It means dead in the eyes of the law. Okay, and so the true black people at that time, matter of fact, here, instead of doing the camera flip thing, I'm just going to find the picture for you and show it to you.
So is that black equals, well, white should mean bleak, right?
Well, white means the landowners. That's what it means lawfully.
Okay.
So
that's according to the Black's Law Dictionary?
Yeah, it's according to the Black's Law Dictionary. You have to go back to the 4th edition and the editions before that, right? Just like the word American was referenced towards copper tone individuals, not America in general. There's a lot of things about history that people don't know, and so it's very strange to me listening to people talk about history like they know it, and just outright knowing that they have no clue what they're talking about. And I'm not gonna point out fingers or nothing like that, but there's a whole lot of misinformation floating around right now, and I'm probably going to reveal a lot of things to you that are going to change the way you see a lot of the things honestly, after listening to some of the things that your guests have said to you, you're going to find that I have the evidence to prove the contrary to pretty much everything that you were told, right?
Wow.
These are the original people that were working the fields. These are the black people of that time.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, let me show you, because that term is a European term, Indo-European, right? And so you're dealing with a crossing of languages and a whole lot of things that have been destiny swapped by the stealing of children, to say the least.
No, let me tell you what's crazy. When I grew up, my mom sent me to a Mormon church.
Yeah, I would
I
imagine
went
so.
to a Mormon church. Like my mom, as a child, like the what are they called? The people, what are they called? The people that come here, the evangelists or whatever they call them, the missionaries would come to my church.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't conform to any of that religious stuff. It's not my ancestry. It's not what I come from.
I just think it's crazy that it comes in a weird full circle, because I read the book of Latter-day Saints. I read the book.
Okay, here, let me help you make sense of something. The reason that in that Mormon book that they tell you that the black people were a cursed people and that they were demons and all this other evil stuff about black people that is now turned that is now flopped the reality of it, is due to the fact that the black people were indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which are what you now consider to be the Europeans, right? And those indentured servants of that time, the ones that they were sending over here, were people that were prisoners that had committed murder, rape, and all kinds of things, and they were given an extension of somewhat freedom by agreeing to come over here on behalf of Great Britain, right? So your black people during that time were the indentured servants that were coming from Great Britain, which were being sent to the Americas, right? The only Africans that were sent over to this nation were sent to the sugarcane plantations. Everybody that came on the Atlantic slave trade was these black people,
which were white people.
Exactly, because black means void of color, and it also means the ones that have no law, right? That's civil leader mortuus, dead in the eye of law. Why? Because these.
I'm gonna say this, is that if that is true, what he's saying is that would so when we say that Pan-Africanism did FBA, he's talking about the fact that that there was first people sent over to the sugarcane. That is your Jamaican, that's your Haitian, that's your Cuban people, right? So when you say FBA, but then he gets into it deeper. So I want to go into this, because
this is cap, bro.
Were indentured servants that had no rights because they were prisoners that had been that were given the ability to come over to this land as servants in order to experience a level of being free. So when you hear when you hear Joseph Smith talking about the cursed black men, this is who he's talking about.
Right. But what they did is they reversed it, and then they gave us coloring books with black people in it.
Mm-hmm. Because Great Britain, see, there's a lot of history that people don't know about this nation, right? First off, this was the Empire of Haiti. Okay, this was the Empire of Haiti, and
America was Empire of Haiti. Okay.
Yeah. Let me show you. It'll just be easier for me to just show you this way than the other way. Look.
I don't know why your camera, it was showing up real clear at first, but now it's kind of pixelated. I don't know why now.
Now?
Yeah, it's pixelated. It's okay. I don't know why.
See this?
Yes.
That's the Empire of Haiti on the original coins.
That's 19. Okay. Okay.
That was from back in 1977. Right? But it's the liberté, not liberty, liberté. All the buildings and all the structures that used to be here were a lot of them had what you now consider to be French, which is Creole, because French is a warped version of Creole that was taught to the people that came over here. It's like a sort of a mix between English and Creole. So Creole is the original language of the Haitians. So what you're dealing with is the war of the Ottoman Empire versus the Haitian Empire. That's the real history of the Americas. And what you think is Egyptian is not Egyptian, it's Haitian. What you see, the Haitians were the ones that were at war with the other side of the world, the Haitians and the Mauritanians. The Mauritanians are what you think are Indians, right? Not to be confused with Native Americans, right? There's a lot of things about this country that people don't know. Like, for instance, this is the original rebel flag. The original rebel flag belongs to the Haitians and the Mauritanians.
So, were Haitians more in the lower parts of America, or were they in the east coast of America? Like, what part of America were they in?
The Haitian Empire was all of the tribes of the Americas, the real tribes. See, what you think are the tribes of America right now are names that were given to separate the people.
So what about the Washita Nation, the Chickasaw, all the different ones that have kind of come up now?
You want me to like pause it? Just tell me pause it. And then
Okay, right.
Please pause it.
So I'm not fluent in Creole, right? But you'll have to look these words up in Creole.
All right, so pause. Let's go.
Where did the Bible go?
Oh no, he's I don't know what he's like doing some personal stuff. I don't know, but oh here he goes.
No. Oh no!
I was seeing his like I was seeing your like your stomach. You was we was not trying to have all that going on. Okay, we had to like take you down.
I'm listening.
And chest and everything. You got your shirt off, and so I like take you down. So what do you think so far about what you heard?
I think he's full of crap.
Whoa!
Thank
you.
This guy has been to a school of study that I have never seen or heard of before. When he starts talking about indentured servants, he's got to be out of his mind. There was in the concept of black, there was no such thing as the concept. There first of all, there was a such thing as concept of black, and that was done about the 16th century. Prior to that, there was no such thing as black because there was no such thing as white. That's the only reason that there was no such thing as black, because prior to the time that they decided to commercialize and capitalize on African labor, which was a plot by the European system overall, there was no such thing as, quote unquote, a black versus white people. But yes, there absolutely was, and it was that the only way that they could stigmatize was by color, even down to the paper sack, if y'all remember. So what he's talking about in terms of original Europeans and this Moorish thing, I would definitely have to do more specific research in terms of this concept that he's talking about, in terms of what Moor meant, and even further reaching the concept of blanc and black. I never heard of that. Never, and I'm not saying I'm the most extensive study out there, but I've never heard of a concept that he's talking about where white people were called black because they was devoid of color.
Well, black. I mean,
I hear the stretch that he's making, but I've never heard that concept of white being black because of the devoid of color. There's always been, not always been, when white people came on board, which was about 5,000 years ago.
If you look at black, bleak, right? That is a German word, right? Black, the word black, bleak, right?
Right. But what I'm stressing about the blackness is those people who came from Europe as indentured servants there was slavery in Europe when they came to the Americas. And when they came to the Americas, there were Black people that came to the Americas. And at that time, they were called Black because the concept of Black and white had already been canonized prior to the time that Europe set their slaves free. That concept of Black and white, that concept of Black and white goes all the way back to the early 1600s. You know, right after they drove the Moors out in 1492, circular 14 in the 1490s. A little bit after that, 14th to 15th century, was when the Europeans started their plot based upon the foundation of the Christian church to sell Black slaves, because we made the mistake, a critical mistake, of civilizing them. That's where that came from. And they had started to mount. That's anybody will tell you that story is true. This is the Portugal was the first ones that went over to actually take and bring Black slaves to the Americas. So this concept that he's talking about.
Concept of Haiti, like this was really Haiti, because he said that this was also originally Haiti. Like, so where did that come? Do you know? Have you ever heard this concept? Let's play it again.
Flag.
About this being the Haiti.
The original flag belongs to the Haitians and the Mauritanians.
So were Haitians more in the lower parts of America, or were they in the east coast of America? Like, what part of America were they in?
The Haitian Empire was all of the tribes of the Americas, the real tribes. See, what you think are the tribes of America right now are names that were given to separate the people.
So what about the Washita Nation, the Chickasaw? I mean, have you heard of the Haitian American tribe, or what about like all the different ones that have kind of come up now? All those ones.
Okay, right. So I'm not fluent in Creole, right? But you'll have to look these words up in Creole in order to know the real meaning behind these words, because these are all Creole words. They're compound words in Creole that are mashed together to get these titles, because they were labeling the types of people that were coming over here on the boats and things. See, everything's been confused in this nation. Like, for instance, the people that you think are Native Americans actually came here on the boats with the rest of the people.
What?
Wow. Okay.
Hidden in there.
Yep.
Native Americans are not native to America whatsoever in any way, shape, or form.
So what about the Bering Strait story? That's a fake story, or where is that?
Okay, so this is the thing. What most people don't recognize about this is you're talking about the purchase of Alaska and Siberia and all these different places from Russia, which was the Ottoman Empire at the time. All of the things that you find on the map right now, every single last one of them is a nation-state republic that was established through the 1900s into the early, like not even all the way into the 2000s, but all the way through the early 1900s was a reset of the entire world. All of these places, France is found in America, Germany is found in America. If you look at the map of the Louisiana Purchase, what you're going to find is all the names of the places that used to be here, that when they purchased the Louisiana Purchase, they took the names over there across seas. Israel, Pakistan, Palestine, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Greece. All of these names are nation-state republics that were established from the late 1800s into the mid 1900s. None of those were the names of the land over there. Over there, you had the Ottoman Empire, which basically covered the bottom half of what you consider to be Russia, all the way from the area, from the top of what you consider to be Africa to the middle part of where Italy's at, like almost all the way through Italy. That whole entire section of land right there was what was known as the Ottoman Empire. Now, the Ottoman Empire has been at war and been conquering the land slowly over here. These are who you think your Moors are. The Moorish Science Temple is not Moors from this land. Those are Moors that came from across the world. Those are what are called the Buar Moors. Here, let me show you real quick.
So the Moors that wear the red fez, are those a specific type of Moor that come from, they say, Morocco?
Okay, so this is the thing. First off, Morocco isn't the real Morocco. That was established by the Spanish and the French. That's not the real Morocco. That's why it's called Morocco. Amaruk is how you pronounce Morocco in the Berber language, which was one of the languages from this land that the Mauritanians spoke. The Mauritanians are what you think the what you think the original Indians are. Now, the Mauritanians had been divided through the pur chase. They were chasing them. It wasn't that they were buying it. It was pur.
I mean, have you heard of this? Have anybody ever heard of this information?
I've heard of this stuff. It's this jailhouse psychiatric Aryan type of stuff.
Is it Aryan? Is it Aryan or what is that? Aryan?
It's this jailhouse psychiatric Aryan type of stuff. Even Aryans express the same.
I've been waiting. You know what I'm saying? I really
who's speaking right now?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's
Zion. My little work. At the same time,
Oh.
I've been trying. I really want to introduce you to the community. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, to me, you're a hidden treasure. And you know, everybody's talking about all of these other, you know what I'm saying, all of these other master teachers and stuff, and you know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I want to do. Yep.
I can't hear you. I can't hear your person. I can't hear your person.
Right.
Sign. Is he gonna come up or what? Because I can't hear him on your
I'm not sure who's speaking.
Yes, sir.
So,
I think Zion he's trying to like talk to the person, but like I can't hear him, so tell him to come up on the channel. All right, what were you saying, Reverend? Go ahead.
Just a lot of there's a new. I'd say about like a couple years though. I've heard this online where you hear the Aryan white supremacists. They will speak that talk about, hey, we were called black first, and it's just real rearranged. A lot of the Moor stuff, they bring up this stuff too. So what I'm saying is, as time goes on and it becomes cool to get into these meta history and of what's going on with the world, they tend to enter our circles because we allow it. And they're taking things and they're building their own mythos out of it.
So,
getting back to Haiti.
Hold on, real quick. The guy that's on the chat, he is not a white guy. He is black.
Gotcha. Anyway, so get back to whatever you're saying. I'm speaking on Haiti and what he's speaking on. Haiti was still in slavery when he was speaking. Absolutely. See, another thing, because he keeps on talking about the 1800s. Haiti was still in slavery just before that, in the 1700s. Also, when it comes down to the United States, the United States flag was already sewn by Grace Witcher. It was already stitched up, and she was a freeborn. Grace Wisher had already stitched up the American flag in the 1700s. All this stuff he's talking about is all rearranged, mumble psychiatric jailhouse. Right. And I'm gonna leave it alone at that. But if you guys want to keep on saying everybody is black, so fucking be it. But this is why FBA has moved away from all that stuff. We want to see your paperwork. We want to see where your people from.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, he's saying that he the Smiths or whatever, the Mormons. Let's go.
Chase. These are the compound words
mixed
that people
and
have been
confused,
jumbling together to confuse the fuck out of people. And so Hold on, let me see if I can. I know I have a picture of the Mauritanians in here from the original seals. Like Florida used to be a third of this country. So let me see. See.
Was there like a map that used to show that Florida was a third of the country?
Yeah. Let me see if I have that too. I probably have it in here.
I'm trying to figure out like how is he able to show all this? Like,
and I want to go back a little bit to that Joseph Smith story, because it's interesting, because they say that he had ties to Masonry, and that the whole thing of him like putting his head in a rock or whatever he did, or put his head underneath a rock, something, whatever that story is, where he put his head underneath some kind of a rock and came out and had the Book of Mormon or something like that. Like that.
Yeah,
was
they came up with a whole bunch of really wild stories for things. Okay,
that was like a Masonic ritual that was going on.
Yeah, because the Masons were the ones that Akhenaten set out to change the world over to religious ideology rather than the spirituality that it used to be. Right, like these were people that got ejected from the Americas due to the fact that they were trying to create religions, which create division, which create a whole bunch of fucking problems for everybody that gets involved into them. You can't even get people that agree with things in the religion that they're in, yet let alone agree with things with people that they're not in religions in. See this? This used to be the official seal of Florida. The Mauritanians.
Wow, and there were buildings there, so that's interesting, right?
Oh, these buildings are still in Florida.
This
They're still there
jailhouse
to this
shit.
day.
So here's the thing, right? Now,
That's that psychiatric stuff. That part of the jail where you in psychiatric unit, but you really in state
but
jails.
but how is he?
That's that psychiatric
How is
talk.
it psychiatric and he's showing images of it? Like what is? So how is the psychiatric He's showing like the proof of what he's saying? Hold on.
It's
And so you would
psychiatric
think these buildings
jailhouse
were built
stuff.
by,
I'm telling you.
the slaves of America, but really they were there before they were even. So when people,
Long ago. You were asking about the pyramids the other day because the gentleman that was on your screen had this map behind him, right? I watched about 30 minutes of that. I couldn't deal with those people's conversations. They're so misguided, and it's like the things that they spoke on were just incorrect and false, calling us Native Americans and associating us with them. That was the Know Nothing Party that came over on the boats that was under the command of the Ottoman Empire that was here to invade us. So the idea of mixing with them and them being here is false history, like altogether false history. And so I couldn't conform to the things that they were talking about.
so I want to be clear, Joseph Smith was he white or was he a black guy?
No, he was a black man.
So where did they get the narrative of Joseph Smith being
That's what we
white?
talk
How did that
about.
come out? Like, how did they switch? How were they able to change that?
Because if you go and look at the census records, everybody that you now consider black was written down as white, because white is a lawful term that means the landowners. We were the original landowners of this land.
Right.
See?
So are you a mixture? Are you black? Are you white? Are you mixed? Or what is your?
I'm mixed. I mean, I'm black by all accounts because you are what your father is. And not for nothing, but I've had that hard R thrown at me my whole entire life, and I've stood on business when it came down to these things. And so, although I do get a lot of guff from it because my mother is Irish, which is white passing, I'm glad that you asked that. Let me just show some things real quick, because that's something that really needs to be discussed in a serious note, because there's a lot of people that
somebody said that I'm being brainwashed by white supremacists. I'm like, well, that's why I had to bring up, because I think when they heard you say Joseph Smith, they're like, Joseph Smith is white, so he's a white guy that's trying to teach black history.
Yeah, no, if they had any type of intelligence whatsoever and actually looked into the census records of their own families, they would find that everybody in their families in the 1800s and before that, if they have lineage that far in this nation, was listed as white on the census records. So don't let them run their mouth about things that they've been taught to indoctrinate, because you've been literally taught to war against your own family members, because what you believe to be white people is simply different forms of albinism.
Okay. So when we so let's get into that. So when we talk about Irish, right? Because I have Irish. When I did my DNA, I think I'm like 29% Irish and I think Nordic. What was the significance of Irish in America? Like, why is there such a heavy influence of the Irish in America?
Okay, this goes back to the destiny swap of the purchasing of the names of the land and swapping them over across seas. Ireland was part of America. So was Britain, so was France, so was Germany. So all these places were.
So what it sounds like is that America was the beginning of everything, and all these other countries it started in here and then not over in Africa. That's what it sounds like to me when he's doing.
Again, and when he says black is a German word for blanc or whatever, the German word for black is Schwarz. Let's cut this stuff out. When he went live with that, I remember that thing. It was like, man, people believe anything. This revisionist type of stuff. It's
Bob,
wild. People should be concerned. People should be concerned. Are they teaching this to motorcycle clubs?
Right. Baba says I go. Let him go ahead. Go ahead, Baba.
The only thing that I was listening to him very carefully. The only thing that I heard that he said that had some degree of truth was that as a people, we're original, and I shouldn't say originally from the US, but people of black skin were originally here before slave trades. Now that's true. But they didn't come here outside of the Great Migration. The Great Migration, that's where we talked about these people who were, what are they calling themselves? I think it is the last podcast that I was involved in. There was this guy that's promoting what does he call it? It's a new term for African Americans. I forget what it is.
Foundational Black American.
Yeah. And they want to look at themselves as being the originals. There's no originals outside of the Great Migration that took place over. Actually, the first part of the Great Migration took place over 1.5 million years ago. That initially populated the entire Earth, and if you look at it from a geographical standpoint, you'll see that when Pangea took place and the Earth broke into pieces, that it couldn't have happened any other way. The original land is the original land is the motherland. So the mythology of there being a foundation in the Americas or any place else on the earth for that matter of people is totally mythical. People just start to tell their own versions of things, and then they get followings behind it, and then they continue to go. But none of that's archaeological facts and truth.
Also, I would like to add on in addition, shout out to Lily, J Lily. I hear you in the chat. I strongly see what you're saying, and I agree. We were already here. But what this gentleman is getting at in the video, and I think what is going to occur more and more, they're going to keep on saying, well, Leif Erikson, the Viking, our ancestors, he came to California and we were already here too. That's what they want to do. They want to claim more reparations and say the Vikings and stuff like that. This is where it's coming down to.
I don't think that's what he's trying to think.
This is where it's coming down to. That's where it's boiling down to.
But I don't think that's what he's saying.
This is where it's coming down to. I've walked into this many different times saying to myself, and they always alone too. There's not like another one backing them up with what they're saying. But it's wild, and it's going to catch on more and more as long as people invite these folks up on the panel.
For American places. Let me see if I got that. Let me see if I got the map.
Are you saying that America had an empire at the same time Egypt had an empire?
America was what you would consider Egypt. That place over there is the last standing point of it. We have thousands of pyramids in this country, and those people drive by them
substantiation.
every single day and don't even recognize.
Go ahead, boy. So you want to like speak on that? Go ahead.
There's no substantiation to that. What he's talking about right there. If you look at all of the greatest teachers and leaders and guides that we've ever had, that I'm sure studied quite probably thousands of times more than he has, that is contrary to all of our history that we know of, and there's been no history that has been developed to dispute it. So I mean, what is he talking about? The Americas, sure, they're old. I mean, the mounds go back, literally thousands of years, but it doesn't even scratch the surface when you go back to Ethiopia, or you go back to Mesopotamia, or you go back to the ancient lands of Kush, and I mean, where human beings actually originated. You go back millions of years. So I don't understand where these people are coming from when they're talking this kind of stuff. It confuses me entirely. Or where they get
And I would like to say, in addition, I agree with you, Baba. When it comes to this Pangea stuff, all right, all one land, all one world, human beings were already here, no matter what they are saying. I'm talking about full-boned human beings were already here. If so, people are saying Pangea, oh, it was so long ago. Human beings couldn't be here. Yes, they were.
Absolutely, they were during Pangea.
Right.
That's how the
Now,
great
due to the fact that
migration. That's how the great migration took place.
Correct.
father was so adamant about me teaching my brain to store things, he made me learn all of the 50 states in alphabetical order. Now that came to my advantage a little later on in life, because what I actually did was I searched all of the states for pyramids, state by state. Let me see something real quick.
So are you talking about like the mounds, or are you talking about actual real pyramids?
Mound is just another word for pyramid. So let's see. Now this is the Mayans.
Mounds
okay,
is another word for
Alabama.
pyramid.
That's what he's saying.
It, like the ones in Mississippi. I mean, like,
that's crazy.
It's not another word for pyramid, but
a mound is not another word for pyramids.
No.
Mounds are mounds, and pyramids were pyramids.
Right.
Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware. That's still Delaware. What state is this?
That's like a pyramid to me.
That's still Delaware. Colorado.
It's like a pyramid to me.
Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska, New Jersey.
So I'm trying to like show
you got New Hampshire, North Dakota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas.
Can you move your iPad closer? Because I can't. We can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. All right, so basically here, let me go like this. See all these pyramids right here?
Wow.
There's about 46 states in America that have pyramids in them. Now, just for your little white supremacist friend that was saying that I'm a white supremacist, notice how this is my great-great-grandfather, John
That
Wesley
was me. I was telling him that.
Wow, okay.
Now, John Wesley
was up in
Smith
the
was
comments.
the sheriff and the president of the Bank of Black Wall Street. He was the founder of Black Wall Street. He was the one that started the Underground Railroads in Black Wall Street, and he was responsible for storing the land for all of the civilized tribes that everybody keeps hearing about. So your little friend that says that I'm a fucking white supremacist, let me tell you something, my guy. I got more blood and ties into this land than you would possibly imagine, including being the heir to over 100,000 acres worth of land in this country that I plan on restoring back to people like this. So you can miss me with the dumb shit, because there's a reason why so many people follow me, and it's not because I'm a piece of shit.
You know, that is one of the things that actually drew me to your content.
Well, hold on. Now, when he was showing the pyramids, I want to go back to the pyramids, right? He's saying that the mounds are pyramids, but he was showing a bunch of like structures in America that look like pyramids. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Early Americas. Okay. Poor folks are so
the
easy
middle
to
part
impress.
so. I think
their false history. So I couldn't conform to the things that they were talking about.
let me
So I
see.
want to be clear. Joseph Smith was he white or was he a black guy?
Try to.
No, he was a black man.
That's a pyramid.
What state is this? That's still Delaware, Colorado.
What years?
Georgia.
What century?
Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas.
So was it a matter of the fact that, like, okay, I'm sorry, Baba, you came up again? We'll remove that one and let that one.
What in the Pan Africans going on?
No, Baba's still on this other one, but he tried to come back up on the other one. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Maybe he wasn't able to see. But I was saying is that, like, you see, so hold on, let's go. See,
Kentucky, Maine,
he was showing
Maryland,
pyramids.
Massachusetts, Michigan.
Look at some of the things, they look like actual pyramids. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, well, is he wrong? So
Yourself to be black, you've now abandoned all of the things that you have lawfully in this nation, which moves you away from the ability, because you can't own anything by claiming to be black, because you're telling the law system that you're absent of law. You don't have nothing.
All right,
Ohio, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas.
Can you move your iPad closer? Because I can't. There you go.
Oh, my bad. All right, so basically here, let me go like this. See all these pyramids right here?
Wow.
There's about 46 states in America that have pyramids in them. Now, just for your little white supremacist friend that was saying that I'm a white supremacist, notice how this is my great-great-grandfather, John Wesley Smith.
Wow. Okay.
Now, John Wesley Smith was the sheriff and the president of the Bank of Black Wall Street. He was the founder of Black Wall Street. He was the one that started the Underground Railroads in Black Wall Street, and he was responsible for storing the land for all of the civilized tribes that everybody keeps hearing about. So your little friend that says that I'm a fucking white supremacist, let me tell you something, my guy. I got more blood and ties into this land than you would possibly imagine, including being the heir to over 100,000 acres worth of land in this country that I plan on restoring back to people like this. So you can miss me with the dumb shit, because there's a reason why so many people follow me, and it's not because I'm a piece of shit.
You know, that is one of the things that actually drew me to your content, is that you were talking about the fact that if you go to the BLM, it's not the Black
Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah, Bureau of Land Management. That you also people, and I had actually been on different panels, including Brother Sanchez, and I was saying that we need to get our land rights back. I think Chaotic Truth. I said we need to focus on, instead of us trying to get reparations, we are entitled to land. And someone also brought up heirs rights. And then I saw your thing that said about the Bureau of Land Management, because I said, okay, why are we looking for reparations when there is got to be land that we're owed by just inherited, just because we were a part of that time frame? And you brought that up. So can you go into that?
Okay, yeah. So the BLM, the reason that they came up with Black Lives Matter was so that when you go searching for the BLM, you no longer go to the Bureau of Land Management. What you actually end up going to is the Black Lives Matter movement. It was the biggest cover-up that they've done in a long time. The reason behind that is because if you can search through your family records and go back about 2 to 3 generations to the time period of the Trail of Tears, what you're going to find is that you'll be able to find land that's tied to your family members if you can figure out what their names are, which, if you use the Mormon family search records, they have the most extensive search records out of everybody. So if you use their search records, you'll be able to find the names of like your great-great-grandparents, because that's what it is. It's 2 generations ago to 3 generations ago. Those 2 generations were the ones that were being shipped through the Trail of Tears. So anybody that is, I hate saying black because I know what it means. It's like, people get so mad at me about that shit, but you don't understand. Calling yourself black means that you don't want any law on your side. That's literally what it means, which is why they taught everybody to conform to being black, so that when people thought that they were black, they would take on the role of the black slave, because the black slaves were the white people that you now think are, God, it's such a tricky way to explain it. The black slaves were what you now consider white people. And so by self-proclaiming yourself to be black, you've now abandoned all of the things that you have lawfully in this nation, which moves you away from the ability, because you can't own anything by claiming to be black, because you're telling the law system that you're absent of law. You don't have nothing to do with law, and that you're here to be an indentured servant. So that's why they tricked everybody to.
What do you think about this FBA movement? Do you think that that's a trick as well?
I don't pay attention to that shit. Like, to be honest with you, I got better things to do than waste my time on people's nonsense when I'm actually trying to get things done for the people. I don't have time for the games and the gimmicks and the bullshit. I've got way too much going on. I've been teaching people how to get their land back. I've been teaching people how to get their status corrected. I've been teaching people how to get right with the creator. I've been teaching people how to cleanse their bodies and refuel their systems. I'm too busy doing the things that need to be done to be focused on the distractions that are coming out. Because the whole reason that the distractions are coming out in the first place is because of people like myself that have been waking people up to the truth, making it so that we're the ones draining that swamp. We're the ones that are stopping the corporation from stealing everybody's inheritances. We're the ones that are getting in the way of them keeping everybody stuck in indentured servitude. It's not something that you have time for gimmicks and games and bullshit for.
Wow.
So what people don't understand is that our castles are all around the country. They've just turned them into Ivy League colleges and courthouses and things of that nature, and theaters and things like that. These are the castles that they're talking about when you're talking about the empire.
Well, you know, Detroit has a lot of those old. Detroit, Michigan has a very like interesting like group, like skyline. Some of
these were our castles. They've just been repurposed. They weren't built in the 1800s. They weren't built in the 1900s. These buildings are thousands of years old. They've just repurposed them and told everybody, like the White House and shit like that. These are not new age buildings. These are not the type of structures that they have the ability to build. You don't find them anywhere else in the world. You have the ones that are in Egypt that mimic it, because that was the last extension of the people. But outside of that, you can't find these buildings anywhere else, not in the mass that they have here. Right, just like the guy that was bringing up the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon has all of the different tribes in it. That's actually the cradle of civilization. That's the real cradle of civilization. Inside the Grand Canyon, you've got the Shiva temple, you've got the Buddha temple, you've got all the different what you call Egyptian temples. Right, these are Haitian temples, but everybody thinks that they're Egyptian and Chinese and all these other names, but if you look into it, the Buddha was not a fucking European. It was not Asian people, right? Let me show you something, right? These are some of the American Aborigines. What do they look like? Asians with froze.
Yeah, they look like what look like the not what are those from Fuji and Hawaii and stuff like that, like the blacks of those areas.
What they don't want you to know is that civilization spread out from the Americas. That's why everybody around the world is still trying to come here to this day. It's in their nature to try to come back here.
I was gonna say this.
That's insane.
In Haiti, there's this in the Americas, as you want to know it, North America, South America, and the adjoining islands. All right. There's this location that's one of the most marvelous places in the world here, and I haven't seen it. I would go there to visit there. I wouldn't want to go to any tourist areas, but I probably would have to. It's in Haiti. It's called the Citadel. It took 15 years to build. All right, and these are no cranes. No dump trucks, nothing. Look up that picture of the Citadel in Haiti, the fortress. And it was built by black people on that island who were supposed to be just out of slavery. You know, so 15 years it took them to build this. Just throw that picture up real quick. Any of y'all. And if you're going to keep on saying that they're suggesting Like, it's up in the sky. It's a castle in the sky. 15 years. No European built that. It was black people who just freed themselves. The same people who are on that island today would not be able to, or are not self-determined to do that today. It's unfortunate. However, it was built by their ancestors from the ground up. 15 years. So what everybody's talking about, even like the Inuit natives in Canada, they would always refer to, they have ancestors, their folk tales, their ancestors. They don't know what their ancestors look like. It's time and time again. We were already here, all throughout the United States, everywhere. People need to wake up.
When you guys just start. I'll send you the link. So hey, so all right, so that citizen, so all he's doing is saying the same thing that you're saying. He's saying that we already had our own ancient structures. He's saying what you're saying.
I'm saying that all these mounds and stuff like that, we have still to this day, you go to any downtown in your capital city of any state, there's an underground passageway from your post office to your police department to your city hall. There's an underground passage. This is nothing new.
Okay, so he's pretty much saying the same thing that it sounds like y'all saying the same thing. So let's go into what he's saying. He's saying the same thing. So let's go. But he did say that
black people built this. That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying. He's saying the same thing.
The ones that left were exiled due to the fact that, all right, right? You know how I just showed you the albinos and everything like that, right? Imagine the whole world is dark. Imagine the whole entire world is dark at a time, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get random phenotypes that are changing. Somebody pops up with red hair somewhere. Somebody pops up with green eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with blue eyes somewhere. Somebody pops up with a light-skinnedness to them that you don't see anywhere else. Now, there's two types of people. There's the type of people that were like, this is family. You don't give a fuck if they look different. You know those type of people. And then there was the people that were like, ew, what the fuck is that? And okay, like there's people that were petty about it, and then there was people that didn't give a fuck because it was still family. Family is still family to them. The ones that were petty about it were the ones that got the boot. They got kicked out of the Americas. These are the Moors that they tell you went and civilized the rest of the world. The reason that you have those nations that are Albions, the people that are like blatantly everywhere that you look, everybody's blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, and these different type of phenotypes of albinism is because these were all countries that were started off of the people that got, because just like there was dark-skinned people that when they saw the light-skinnedness and the different color eyes and things thought that was freakishly weird and demonic and all that kind of stuff, just how they got the boot. There was also people that were albinos that were like, we don't like that we came from you. I don't look like you, so fuck you. Like there was that on both sides, right? And so all of those people that acted like that got the boot. They got sent across the world to other places and started forming their own little countries and shit like that. Like that's how all those other places got formed. Everybody left from the Americas, not people coming to visit Americas. Everybody was getting kicked out. That's why everywhere around the world, everybody was hell-bent on trying to come back and conquer America, and why they all banded together. It took all seven countries coming together over there to be able to actually put a dent in everything that was going on here. That's because of the fact that they were hell-bent on trying to get back to the land that their ancestors had gotten booted from. But the problem is they're all hell-bent over there, and they're all war-torn, they're all violent, they're all fucking like, you get what I'm saying? If you look over there across seas, you'll notice that the Germans are fighting the Russians are fighting the Iranians are fighting the Iraqis, the British are fighting the Irish are fighting the Italians.
I mean, he makes a good point. I don't know what y'all talking about, like, but I mean, I get it that we want to be against what he's saying, but even that's happening right now. You have the left fighting the right. You have the Christian nationalists fighting the MAGA. You have so white people they're not like getting along. They don't hate. They don't like each other. You know what I'm saying? And so
They
now
have a pull.
I'm gonna give y'all a break from off of him and go back into Seti.
Where's you getting this shit from, man? And so y'all has been totally exposed.
So here's the thing: is that all this stuff is relevant, right? So he's talking about the Mormons and how like that the Hebrew Israelites is really based on Mormonism, and this guy is talking about you know what this whole thing is based on some kind of weird ass shit. So I'm like, okay, well, which one? All
They're
right.
fighting the Sicilians. The only people over there that seem to stay to themselves is the Chinese, but even the Chinese are beefing with the Japanese. Because everybody that went to these nations was sent there due to the fact that they were unrighteous people. They were ignorant. They were trying to create segregation and problems in the nation, and so that wasn't allowed here. That's why it was the land of the free. You get me? So the thing that people are learning about history is a complete reversal of the history. You have the Ottoman Empire, which has been at war with Haiti for the longest time. That is where you get your Moors from. Here, let me show you what I mean. Because the Ottoman Empire is where your Ashkenazi Jews come from. It's where your Turkish, which are actually Yiddish-speaking Turks. This is where your Turks, your Native Americans, and your Spaniards come from.
Right. Yeah, that you do see when they do the DNA, they do have the Ashkenazi strand.
Mm-hmm. These were the people that came back here to conquer. Look, see, look, there's even a Chinese guy in the background. These are all Ashkenazi, Yiddish-speaking Ottomans. See, once the Mauritanians set out around the world to go and teach, how to be clean, because like everybody was living in horrific fucking conditions until they went around the world and started teaching people how to build aqueducts and use soap and shit like that. So the thing was when that happened, they had set up all this religious dogma and bullshit over there, which was how they were able to control all the people and convince the people to war against each other. If you notice, each nation is a part of a religion, but if you look at the top of each one of those religions, it's all ran by the Ashkenazi Jews. Which is the Ottoman Empire. Wow, okay. The Muslims are ran by the Jews, the Catholics are ran by the Jews, and the Catholics are the ones that gave you the Christian Bible. If you go and look right now, you can pull up the King James Bible. That's what everybody was sent over here on the foundation of, was the King James Bible. The King James Bible is owned by Cambridge. Cambridge is a Catholic printing company that was created by King. It might have been King, I want to say it's King George that created it, because he left the Catholic Church because he wanted to divorce his wife and play with men, and the Catholic Church didn't go for that, so he denounced being Catholic and created Christianity. Let's see, Cambridge University, catalyst for the Protestant reform. So the Christian Bible was not a Christian Bible. That's a book on law. That's a book on banking, international banking, insurance. I forget what the other B is for, but then it's law and equity. I forget what the second B is for in Bible, but that Bible is a law book. Everything in that book is about law. That's why you always have people dealing with the 12, like, you know how Jesus had the 12 disciples and shit. Think about when you go to court. Don't you have 12 people in a jury that witness everything and that judge whether you actually did something?
Yes. Yep. 12. Yeah. And also, yeah. But and we would say people think that came from Egypt because of the reliefs in the pyramids. That was a Egyptian thing. But as you're saying that no, it's not. Okay.
No, it's Haitian. I can show you that too. Hold on, let me see if I got some of the pictures in here. Like the whole entirety of the history has been flopped.
Right. So Haitian. So was there an ancient Haitian empire? So what it sounds like to me that there was a Haitian empire that existed before. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with What did they find inside Mount Vesuvius in Italy? They found a tomb. Some say Thor's hammer was in there too. But there's also pictures of there's something that was found inside that volcano. And
Listen.
there was tombs, yes.
People in the chat, do you think there was an a Haitian empire that we have no idea about that got overlooked, and there was it was all Haitian? Like, that's the part I'm like, okay, so all this was really
Has
Haitian.
been flip flopped, right? Look, I want to show you something, right? This is called the exotic map of the United States. Now, all these places are still listed in these cities to this day. All of them, including Palestine, Texas, England. You have Sparta, you have Egypt, you have Turkey, you have Lubeck, you have Sweden, Greece, Mexico, right? But Mexico nowadays is somewhere down here, right? Next to Palestine, right? You got Palestine, Texas, where they found the flesh pit. See, the things that they're talking about, biblically speaking, like the original people that were found slaughtered in Palestine, which is the sign that all the stuff needs to come to an end. They weren't talking about Palestine across seas. That wasn't established until the 1900s. Texas is where they found the flesh pit of the original people of the land. So you got Cairo, right? But they want you to believe that Egypt's over there, right? You got Jordan. All the places from the Bible are listed here. You've got Moab, that's in the Bible. Florence, Edmond, Valencia, Malaysia, Sudan, right? All these places are here in the Americas. And they're still listed here in the Americas to this day.
Wow.
When they got the Louisiana Purchase, I believe that Napoleon was the last one to get his hands on the Louisiana Purchase. The time that they said that he was fighting in Egypt was also the time that you'll find that he was actually in America fighting against the Spanish. Let me show you. So people got everything twisted ass backwards. Right? See, look, this is where your fezzes and things come from, is these scriptures. These are the original scriptures. It's not the stuff that they give you in that book. That book is a warped version of this. The reason that the symbols are so prominent, right? Okay, right? They tell you that in the Bible, death and life are weighed at the scale of the dog.
Right.
The scale of life and death being weighed at the dog. Right? Wherewithal shall man go to be cleansed by the word. The dog represents the word. That's the tongue, the thing that creates the vibrations. That's why he weighs the scales, is because he's controlling the vibrations that are being controlled from the thoughts, created by the thoughts. Everything that you think you know about the things that you think you know is a bold-faced lie. And that's what they don't want people to figure out, because if people actually woke up to who they really were, we'd take this country back from them. The whole reason that the Moor-Man Church is at war with the United States of America and the black servants is because they were at war with the United States of America for bringing over prisoners as slaves during the time that they were trying to establish their original colonies here. That's what it was really about. Because at that time, we were the ones that ran Congress. At the same time that they're trying to convince you that everybody was in whips and chains and slaves.
So there were black congressmen back then.
Even
we're in Congress. Wow.
But they're telling you that they had no rights, that there was no motherfucking. They're like, you understand? Like, do you understand the destiny swap here is serious?
So do you say that the whole like slavery narrative is a false one then?
It was real, but it wasn't us. How is it that we were the enslaved people here if we were running the entire government?
And you know what's interesting is that we also still was running the government until recently when Trump exiled a bunch of black people out of the government. And it's interesting when you actually see, when you go into these government buildings, we're the secretaries, we're the ones kind of running the buildings.
This is from 1868. This is before the 1900s. It was never the situation that they told you about.
They were all free. They were all freed men and women.
Okay, so you're saying that. So how did they like run the whole thing? Like, how did they have all those people?
It's just like Benjamin Banneker. He was not a slave at any point. He was a freed man. There were freed people and slavery still going at the same time. You could end up being a slave while being a free person. As a white person, you can mess up your money or fuck up your money in a gambling debt and be thrown into the plantations among the slaves, of course.
So you're saying that so what are you saying, that he's just lying? Everything he's saying is a lie?
I'm saying that the timelines of what he's speaking on, there's half truth, and then there's just mind blowing, like, whoa, okay.
O.J. Dunn,
Resveratrol, lithium.
the governor of Louisiana.
So was Louisiana more prominent as like the capital of America or something like that? Why is that so significant? What about, where did Washington D.C. come into play?
Washington D.C. didn't come into play until the mid 1900s. It was like the 1930s. Around that time is when Washington D.C. came into play. Before that, it didn't exist like that. Let's see.
Wrong. There you go.
Because the first president of the corporation that came from Great Britain was what the fuck was his name? It's John something. I forget what his last name is. But he was a black president. Well, white, but you know, like, you get what I'm saying.
Right.
He was the first president of that corporation.
Wait, not the one in the middle, because isn't that church?
No, where's that? Oh, I'm sorry. It's pictures on me. My bad.
I was gonna say, who is that? Who is that? Is that Winston Churchill, or who is that person picture of?
I thought I just had it up. Let's see. There's the real Abraham Lincoln. Grover Cleveland, Rutherford Hayes, Ulysses S.
Speaking about the guy on the $2 bill.
Let me show you this.
So those are supposed to be who the presidents really were. They were not white.
Mm-hmm. There was a destiny swap. And then when you had, that's why Martin Luther King tried to recant what he was doing at the very end, because he didn't realize what he was doing when he was getting everybody to join the corporation. He didn't realize that what he was doing by going around, it was him and, was it Jesse James that started everybody calling each other black? I thought it was James and Martin Luther King. No, let's see, that's the wrong name. His name's not John Tyler. Hold on a second. I have his actual presidential picture in here. But once they started tricking everybody into calling themselves proud black men was when it became easy for them to convince everybody that we were the black people, that we were the slaves, and that was our history. But the word slave itself comes from Slavic. And black comes from blank or blanc. And that's Indo-European. It didn't start meaning dark-colored people until the mid 1900s, the early 1900s. That's when
Johnson says John Hanson.
Was it Hanson? He might be right.
I think that's a female president.
No. Hanson's definitely a man. But I think that's his name, though. I'm pretty sure he's right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But
I got a lot of things rattling around in here, so sometimes.
And also, so by the way, the word black was adopted in the 60s as a proud self-chosen identity by African Americans during the civil rights and black power movements of the 1960s. This shift represented a deliberate move away from the previous labels, embracing self-determined collective identity based on shared history and cultural pride. Before the 60s, other terms were used for people of African descent in America. Early in the American Republic, African was common as seen with the African Methodist Episcopal Church. As after Civil War, color became prevalent and was used by organizations.
Look at when they started African. Look at when they started the African nonsense.
They said the word Negro was widely used from the 18th century through the mid 20th century,
which means black in Spanish.
So its association with slavery and oppression led to its rejection by many.
See,
Stokely Carmichael's was the one who started the black thing and coined the term "black is beautiful."
Yeah. See, these were the ones that were working the fields. These were the black people that were working the fields. It was the stolen children from Great Britain. These were the actual people that were out there working the fields. Everything that you've seen about the slavery and us being African American and coming over on boats and shit, you can check the British records. They tell you flat out the Africans that they brought over here went down to the sugarcane plantations. They didn't come to the area.
exactly. I heard about that. They went to the Caribbean first, right?
Mhm.
And I think some of them came to America.
Yeah, they walked up here from the Caribbeans. See, look.
Welcome back, Zion. So we
Yeah.
are
They were enslaving their own people.
Unpacking this.
It's hard to see that because it's like,
Yeah. I got an idea. Hold on. Let me see if this helps. Nah, because then you won't be able to see me if I cut the light off.
When you say the real slaves were
I got some shit for you.
so the slaves were white, we were black. It wasn't what we thought it was. So it's a destiny swap that happened. And so let's go. Let's see.
All right, look, right?
So watch this.
Now they've reclassified everything, right? You notice how well the so-called black people are dressed versus the guards who are giving to the servants?
Yes.
But yet they'll tell you, let them tell you, we were the ones that were fucking struggling and shit and all this other shit. But nah, we were chilling. Chilling, looking fly and shit, just motherfucking decked out, fucking chilling.
Free.
What's the timeline on that? 1890s. Is that 90s? Yeah,
1899.
1899. But we were slaves, huh?
Wow.
You get what I'm saying? Just think about this for a second. 1890 to 1899. Where you see the slaves at? Where you see the people in whips and chains and shit?
Wow.
Very sophisticated people, very educated, very well structured, very clean. Meanwhile, take it back to this image one last time. Remember that these were the servants. These were the black people of that time. Because even if you go back and look at what they were calling us back in that time, it was colored. They were calling us colored. So who were the black slaves if we were the colored people? The Negro, the Indians. Because it went from Mauritanians to it went from Moor to Indian to Negro to black to African American. Oh no, I'm sorry, I lost colored in there somewhere. But that's how things shifted. They kept swapping out the destiny over and over and over again until they completely reversed it. And then since they were stealing all of those children, and the reason that they did this was because when they got caught bringing over the indentured servants and shit, they weren't supposed to bring slaves over here. The whole contract and the whole agreement of them coming and having settlings here was for people to escape that shit across seas. And so what happened was when the Haitians and the Mauritanians found out that they were bringing people over as slaves and they were openly trading women and, you know, raping them and fucking turning them into breeding farms and all this other crazy horrendous shit, they ended up getting their asses kicked. There's the Gullah Wars. During the Gullah Wars, some of the Africans from down in the sugarcane plantations had made their way free and came up towards the Americas and ended up running into the Haitians, and they ended up banding together and whooping the sleeves out of the fucking British and the Spanish and the Spanish and the French. And so due to that, once they figured that out, the wars between the Spanish and the French, they already had their own wars going between them, because due to the Unam Sanctum, which came out in the 1300s from the original popes, that's when the Pope declared that the Pope position was the Jesus of that time. So it was their duty to submit the whole entire world under their reign. And through that doctrine that they created became the doctrine of discovery after Columbus had came over here, and actually he was actually a black man. It wasn't that he had a black man on his ship. It's that Columbus himself was named Cristobal Columbus. Shit, where'd it go?
Who was a shepherd and a Jew from Spain, born in Spain.
Get rid of this little box right here. That's Cristobal Columbus. Now the thing was that he was able to talk to the Haitians and everybody like that. Like he was able to start talking with them, and discovering that we had this great empire over here and shit like that. And so what people don't know about his story is that when he went back over to those lands and told them about the lands, he actually tried to stop them from coming here, which ended up with them hanging him after they put him in jail over there because he was trying to persuade them not to come here after he had sent the messages and shit telling them that, you know, it would be easy to conquer the people because they were nice and stuff like that. He actually started enjoying himself and tried to stop them coming over here because he found out that they were going to send fleets, like massive numbers of people over here to fuck everything up. And so when he tried to do that, they ended up throwing him in jail and hanging him for trying to help the shit out.
Wow, how come we don't ever hear the story?
Well, because if you found these things out, you know, this would rewrite the little fake ass history that they gave. You got to understand, we were never supposed to be in their public schools. We weren't supposed to hear the stories that they were giving to their slaves to trick them into thinking that they had a better life than they did.
Wow, okay.
Think about it for a minute. They convinced all of them that they came over here and conquered a bunch of shit when really it was some underhanded dealings that took place and a whole bunch of espionage and shit that actually got them over here. We have contracts that we gave to them that gave them the ability to come here in the first place. But when you went to public school, all you heard was, oh yeah, they came over here. There was a bunch of Indians here and they just stomped the mud hole and everybody and took everything over. And now all the fucking white people are special and they're protected by the system and black people were the enemy and da da da. We weren't never supposed to hear none of that shit. That was to make their slaves feel like they were empowered so that they would do their work without a need of whip and chains.
So we had our own schools back in that time. Were we teaching the same history or did we have a different history?
That's all fake history. If you would have had the chance to talk to like your great grandparents, they would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about, African? They would be like, what do you mean fucking African? I got to meet my great grandmother before she passed. She passed in 98 or 99. I got to meet her. I was born in 83. So I got to meet her in the early 90s when I was like 6 or 7 years old. And I'll never forget it. She was beautiful. She was dark skin, copper tone, had fucking long black hair that went down to her fucking ankles. And all I remember about the conversations that we had, because I only got to meet her one time. And she was like, look, you don't let them convince you that you're an Indian, that you're an African. You're not an African. You're an Indian. Now, I can get my grandmother on the phone and she'll verify that we were Indians. Now, my father, he fell for the whole African-American thing because, you know, that was during the timeline that was when he was attending those public schools and shit. You know, he got taught that was around the time that he was born was when they started teaching that whole narrative, right? So it's almost impossible to convince my father that we were Indians. Before he had passed, that was something that he never accepted. But my grandmother, she stands on that business to this day. She's still alive. My grandmother's 88 years old now. Now she'll tell you flat out, no, we were Indians, and we're not from Africa. There's nothing in our family that has anything to do with Africa. Even my great grandfather. Now my great grandfather was one of the original Irishmen. He was a black Irishman and a real Jew. He had the little hat that they wear and everything. He was a real Jew, not these Jewish people. Right? These are replacement people that come from the Ottoman Empire. Okay, they create religion. He didn't do religion. He was spiritual. Now, my grandmother, she had been indoctrinated into the Christianity because that's what they were pushing at the time when she was a little kid, was the Christianity. And my great-great-grandmother, considering the fact that most of her family, because she came from a family of like 12 people, but only her, I think it was her and her sister, if I remember correctly, that had survived the Trail of Tears. So only they had survived that shit. And so in order to be safe during that time when they had all of that shit going on, people were conforming into like their different religions and all that bullshit they were creating just to save their families. That's how you have them converting into it, was because they just wanted to save their families. Like, you know, imagine growing up in a family of 12, having like a giant tribe and everything like that, and then you get reduced down to just you and your fucking sister during some big ass war that's going on when people are trying to steal your shit. You get what I'm saying? So the conversion into Christianity was done out of the last resort to try to preserve the bloodline.
So there's a lot of talk.
All right. So a lot has been said. I mean, Zion, you came at the end of it. You have not heard all the stuff. So what do you think so far of what you've heard so far? Thoughts? Or should I keep playing?
I missed a lot. I'm sorry. My rabbi called me on late night creep, and I had to pick up the phone. I apologize for disappearing. So
I wish he would have came up here and
now he did say something just a couple of minutes ago about the Native American side. You know what I'm saying? Of his mother, his on his maternal side, which I also have. You know what I'm saying? I also have that J1 on my paternal side, which, you know, that J is usually Semitic or yeah, J1 and J2 are supposed to be Eurasian bloodlines that that most Jews have. So I found what he's saying is kind of interesting, but he's kind of like all over the place a little bit, but I'm saying he's got a lot to spill, so you might want to just let him fly.
All right. Talk also about the Tartarian Empire, and if you get into spirituality, I heard that there was a lot of bells that got buried. Why do you think, what was the significance of that empire and the spiritual aspect? Because a lot of these buildings have vibration, like these churches, they got these organs and stuff like that in them that have like the certain vibration that's going on,
Okay, right. So frequency and vibration. You have to understand that the church is not a church. That was a hospital. That's number one. Those were not churches. Those were not religious buildings. Those were hospitals that people went to get real healing done. The stained glass windows should not be there. There should not be any glass in those windows. It should be knocked out because the windows themselves are created in sacred geometry, which gives the light that passes through it a different kind of rotation to it, putting it into a more hyper-focused focal point of energy. And that's why you have an altar in the church. Like the people that were the most sick would go to the altar. The organs were called organs because it literally was something that was created to adjust your organs. It was something that would cleanse you from the inside out. Bells, right? Okay. First off, parasites. I mean, demons. Things in the Bible called demons. These are parasites. It's parasites that you get from food and things like that. That's why they tell you to ring the bell to get rid of the fucking demons and stuff like that. All that hocus pocus shit they made up afterwards. The truth of it is the bells would scramble the energy and kill the parasites. If you look nowadays, they'll have like frequency devices to nuke parasites and shit like that. That's the same concept you have with the bells, the altar, and the organs that were playing. That's why it would play in the synchronicities that it was creating, because what that is that's a form of frequency healing. If you go inside of the Catholic churches right now, the booths that they changed into confession booths, those are chambers that are made to resonate the energy that goes into them. It's not that that it's somewhere that you're not hearing people and shit like that. If you notice, each one of those chambers has a very specific sacred geometry shape on the doors and on the windows of that chamber. Now, because they put up the metal in between the shit and took all the bells out of it, and they sing things in a different octave than what they used to, you don't get those same effects anymore. You still get altered in those buildings, but it's not in the same manner. It's the reversal of it. So that's why people that go into church get addicted to the church, but they always see demons and devils and all these horrific things, because what's happening is they're getting reprogrammed on a subatomic level. It's going in there where all the energy is being focused into the church and then hearing about negative things at the same time. So you're restructuring DNA to be drawn towards these negative things because they're getting a good feeling while hearing about bad things. So it's training them subconsciously to search for bad things. That's why all the people in the church are possessed. If you say something that a person in the church doesn't like, what's the first thing they tell you? Oh, you're possessed by a demon. The world is ran by the devil and everybody's living in hell and all this crazy nonsense. But that's because that's what they're addicted to. That's what they're possessed by. That's a form of possession. Anything that you give your mind over to is a form of possession. And so they conform to demons and devils more than they conform to anything else. Because the Bible, the way that it was restructured, when they changed it into a religious book, they make it so that you learn of duality. They make it so that every time that you think of something good, you're also thinking of something bad on the other end. You can't think of Jesus without thinking of the devil. You can't think of angels without thinking of demons. You can't think of God without or heaven without thinking of hell. You get what I'm saying? So these are all things that are being programmed subconsciously and on a genetic level that's being buried deep into their coding to make it so that anytime that they have a positive thought, it's subconsciously followed by, oh, there must be a demon coming. There must be a monster coming. There must be this. Like it's damaging them on an internal level and they don't even recognize it. As a matter of fact, here, I'm going to show you something since we're on that subject.
And that's interesting to say that those churches were not actual churches. They were actually hospitals that people use sound and resonance as well as light and everything like this to heal people. The altar was actually meant to alter your DNA or alter your situation. The bells of the
altar was where you would go if you had a heavy ailment. That's what, okay, right. For your people in the chat and stuff like that, if any of them have been to the church, right? Or if you've been to the church yourself, right? You ever see where they call their new members up to the altar? And when they go up to the altar, some of the people pass out. Some of them seem to shake and convulse when the preacher touches them and shit like that. You ever seen those type of things?
Yes.
Okay, now you understand why. Imagine your body having a massive amount of energy pumped into it to where it's literally to the point to where everything is being fucking just zapped, right? And then all of a sudden a physical contact comes on top of that. It's a complete override of your system. I experienced it once when I was a little kid because I went up there. I went up there because I had a friend that was a pastor that would take me to his church and stuff. And I went up there to do like I don't remember what it's called when you get welcomed into the church, but I went up there and the preacher touched me on my fucking head and my sound went blank, my vision went blank, my whole fucking shit went blank. I was like, oh, what the hell was that? I was like, what was this? I always thought that everybody was fucking playing around when they went up there and did that shit, but I experienced that shit myself, so I know exactly what it. But now as an adult, after studying the things that I study, I know exactly what it was. Your system was already being reset from being in the place of the altar, and as it was being reset, somebody coming up and touching you is a complete override of your senses. Like it's all your whole system's already going through a fucking biological change on a subatomic level when you're standing on that altar. That's why it's called an altar. To have somebody touch you during that is a fuck to your system because it's way too much. Like it's already enough with all the energy, and then a physical touch on top of it, it basically shorts you out.
You know what? And especially if they all are praying with you, praying and stuff like that, combining that. And then they have the music.
It's not the prayer itself. They're taught that it's the prayer that makes them feel like that. It's not the prayer itself. It's the sound resonance in the building and the multitude of voices that come together. That's what it is it's resonating the sound around the building, keeping it in a circulation, because that's what those buildings are made for. They're made for sound resonance because that's how you heal. So when you have a whole bunch of people chanting, when you have the choir on the stage singing, when you have the instruments playing and the bells ringing and all that shit, it's the overwhelming amount of sound resonance that's taking place. And so when you touch somebody like that, it's just like a complete override to your system. Like you can't even escape that shit. That's why walk past the church when they're doing all these their little ceremonies and their seances and all that bullshit, and you'll see when they're doing their singing and stuff like that. If you walk past the right church, you'll be able to see the whole doors vibrate. You ever seen those videos where the doors are vibrating on the fucking church and shit like that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you're gonna have to look into that. But basically, it's the amount of energy that's in the building. It's like a subwoofer going off.
Wow. I gotta look that up. Churches with church doors vibrating when a service is going on.
Mm-hmm.
I can testify to that. Singing. That's the first thing I've heard from him that actually makes sense growing up in the church. I'm not saying that he didn't make sense about other things too, but yeah, I kind of agree with him on that one. Yeah, on that one point.
I didn't see like
Arab Jew. She said something really cool because when I brought up my J1 in my paternal, she brought it up here. The J1 comes from the Caucasus. Actually, J1 was it's like lower than it was like lower Eurasia. Now, yes, J1 did go up north into the Caucasus, but that haplo, the mutation started at the base. It was in like lower Eurasia, so it actually started kind of lower than the Caucasus, but that doesn't mean that J1 didn't go up north and J2, etc. 4,000 so 8,000 years ago, the HG1, HGI and HGJ came out of northern Africa, went up to Eurasia, southern Eurasia, right underneath the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where the J haplo, the mutation, came from. And then it spread. There was some that spread upward and some that spread downward. Genetics and DNA is not stagnant, and a lot of people don't understand that about DNA. So 4,000 years after that, HGI and HGJ, what I'm saying? So 4,000 years after, then there was a back migration of that gene back into Arabia, the Middle East, and Northeast Africa. That's why most Egyptian, even early Egyptians who were still black, had the J1 and J2 haplo. So I appreciate what the sister just shared there. That was awesome. Yes, I have the Cohenine gene as well, sis. And your profile. This is why I love loud music.
Yeah, so that it's possible. It's possible.
I would object to that. Not quite the caucuses, right underneath though, sis. But yeah.
It could be. It could be possible. He's saying
No. Yeah, no. The sound resonance thing, I'm in full agreement with. I believe that. I definitely do. I think he was getting a little pseudo, but then when he brought up that, I'm like, oh yeah, nah. He on point with that one, because I've heard sound like, you know what I'm saying. The organ, the Hammond organ, is so important in the Black church. So important in the Black church. The Hammond organ has that resonance. You know, my brother plays organ, you know what I mean? And yeah, you know what I'm saying? Some folks, they weren't just falling out. It wasn't fake. These folks weren't faking it. Now, I ain't never fell out, you know what I'm saying? But I definitely could feel, you know what I'm saying, that healing energy when folks were praying and the music was going and the resonance within the church. My grandfather's church, they had a brick church. I really do think that how they built those ceilings, the ceilings in the church and everything, was to help that sound resonance. So I get it. I get what he's saying. And I definitely have had that experience, you know. So
and playing their instruments and playing their organs and stuff, and the fucking whole building will be vibrating because it's a sound resonance building.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to this point real quick. Where is it?
And then I heard that they purposely broke all the bells and had them all buried at some point. I don't know what that's about, but I heard that.
Well, yeah, because if the bells were going off, you wouldn't have any parasites in your body, and your body would be getting restructured every day on a regular basis. You'd never get sick if the bells were still there. You would never get sick.
You know what? They replaced the because I remember in my old town in Ohio, you would always hear that Catholic church bell go off like every day at 12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And now you hear a siren. You hear them test out the tornado sirens where I'm at now.
Yeah, they took that shit out because it was a healing device. Because you got to remember, if you look at all the buildings that were still remaining, right? You still got all the Tartarian buildings around the country that have all those fireplaces that they never burnt anything in. The reason behind that was because what sat at top of that was a mercury weather vane that when the bells rung, it would send out the energy and that would hit that weather vane. And if you ever watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury, right? Watch a video of what happens when you spin mercury. When mercury starts spinning in a fast pace, it creates an AC charge. It creates an electrical current. So when the weather vanes would spin with the mercury on them from the wind, and then you have the bell going off at the same time, you're now creating a vortex above the chimney. So that pulls the energy that pulls all the ether out of the air that's coming through the top of the chimney and shoots it through the house. People were being healed in their houses when the bells were going off. God, where is this? Where is that page I made? I'm trying to find something for you because it's right on this subject and I want to show it to you. It's one of the pages I made for my little study groups. Back this out a little bit. Go to albums and go down to my stuff. Right. Okay, sorry. Here, let me show you something real quick. Oh,
Ali of it, Ben, and Ali, AI Med Spa. Precious Thompson still here. I'm just saying peace to the people in the chat. We're here just discussing, like we went into history of America, of like Black people in America, and then we're getting into the spirituality that was actually taken from the people and converted into something different. And so now,
if you want to do all that,
some of the actual tools that we had, the healing tools that we had, and how they were taken over as well.
She's totally obsessed with me.
Mr. Arab, Afro Arab Jew. If I pull my daggone documents out, we talking. Better leave me alone.
Well,
all right, check this out. I'm gonna show you this. Right? Okay, right. So Masaru Emoto, the doctor, right? He studied the words and the frequencies that they create in water. See that? Yeah. Now, if you notice when you're having positives, you have complete structures that are, you notice some of these symbols like your stars and things like that, right? These are all positives. Love, peace, love, peace, wisdom, truth, and eternal, right? These are all the positive results of the things that were spoken into the water, right? Now, if you notice when you start getting negative, right, you start creating pollution in the waters. right? These are evil thoughts over here. Now, if you notice the evil thoughts, I want you to see. Oh wait, hold on. I got to bring up the whole chart. Hold on a second. My bad, yo. I got to bring up the whole chart to show you this.
Yeah, yes. So he actually broke down the Mormon church, and that actually Mormon really came from. It was a black. It was actually from the Moors, and that Joseph Smith was actually a black man, and he's actually related to the family. His great grandfather was the brother of Joseph Smith.
Oh God.
Great grandfather.
Great grandfather. Well, so he's breaking down. He broke down the origins of America, where we really came from. That America at one point was Haiti. Now we're getting into the Tartarian Empire and how I'm gonna drop the link for you, Lone Wolf. Come on up. I think he might know something.
He was already there.
And be able to help expound on some of that thing. But yeah, like he's talking about like even like how this whole structure of things, like there's a big misunderstanding about how we really think that history has been pretty much taken away. The true history, it's almost like we're in a, like, what is the word that you used again? Where they replaced
it's a destiny swap.
It's a destiny swap. They did a destiny swap. So the people that we think are black are white, and the people that we think are white were landowners.
They're telling you they're Moors. They should know that we're white people, not black people.
Right. Well, no, Lone Wolf. You know, I'm not sure if he considers himself a Moor, but I know he's from.
You're talking to somebody that had a Moorish title. My bad.
Man,
okay.
you were there.
No, I think he is part of like the Chinook tribe or something. The Shinnecock Indians or something like that. Native.
All right, so check this out, right? Let me show you something. I want you to recognize some things here before we move forward, right? If you notice, right, you see how evil looks right here?
Yes.
Okay. You notice how angel looks very similar?
Right.
Why do you think that is? Because this is holy water. That's what you're looking at right there, is the perfect example of holy water. The reason that it's called holy water is because you're learning duality in the church, right? And so, like I said earlier, when you think of an angel, you're going to think of what? A demon. When you think of heaven, you're going to think of hell. When you think of God, you're going to think of the devil. When you think of Jesus,
I don't know who listening.
Right? So subconsciously, and this is taking over.
Repeat what you just said. Say it again.
I'm answering Lily. I don't know who listening to this for.
Oh, okay.
The water in all these people's bodies. If you notice, the people that are in the church, once you get them going, they can only say about 5 things. Okay, they can only say about 5 things, and I'm going to show you why that is scientifically. You see, your water in your body is what stores your memory. It's not stored in your brain. Your brain just processes everything and delivers instructions to all of your organs and things. The memory itself is stored in the water of the body. So this is the whole entire reason that you don't want to get taught to have negative thoughts about people, right? This is why you don't want to be taught things like karma. This is why you don't want to be sitting there getting pissed off at people, right? Because your body is energy. Energy needs to conduct on a smooth level, right? So the thing is when you start thinking, ooh, that piece of shit, that motherfucker, and you're starting to beat yourself in the head with all these negative thoughts, what you're doing is you're breaking the water in your own body. And when you boil that down to the reality of things, right, the cerebral spinal fluid is H3O2. It's structured water. It's not like H2O. All right, the water that's in your body is not H2O. It's H3O2. Okay, it's highly structured. So the thing is that this is where all the memories carry. You ever notice how when you get mad at somebody, how you can calm yourself down, and then over time it just seems to resurface and come back?
Yes. Yeah.
And then they say it's on your mind. They mean that literally, because your cerebral spinal fluid, right? This is why your memories, your bad memories, will disappear for a certain amount of time and then resurface into your thoughts, is because it's traveling through your body and then returning back to your brain. So what happens, right, is if you notice, right, when you start to get upset about something, it happens very quickly, and then as soon as you get upset about it, the first thing that disappears is your hunger, right? First, your hunger goes because your body's starting to short circuit. After your hunger disappears, you start to build up headaches because your water is being split. It's going from H3O2 to H2O. That's why when you cry, you have salty tears, because when it separates from the H3O2, it's taking the sodium and separating it from the water, breaking the conductivity of the water. So now your body is on short circuit mode, right? So now when you're having these negative thoughts, if you sit there and dwell on them for too long, what happens? You go through a thing called depression if you don't cry, right? You ever notice how when you cry, you actually start to feel better physically?
Yes.
You ever pay attention to that? Like if you feel like you have to cry and you don't, you go through this thing called depression. And you sit there and those memories and those thoughts just start replaying over and over and over again because they're traveling through your system and resurfacing. The more they travel through your system, the less your body works. This is why when you're upset about something for too long of a period of time, you end up laying on your fucking couch stuck with no hunger, no will to move, the want to get up, but you can't move. And all you can sit there and do is think about that negative thing until you get to a point where you either break down and fucking cry or your system completely crashes out and you sleep it off.
Wow.
That's because you literally destroyed the conductivity in your body to a point to where you have to go into rest mode to recuperate from it. Now, you can fix these things naturally. You can ground yourself, which will restructure the water, do some sun gazing, and that'll refuel your energy because your sun gazing actually fuels your endocrine system from the inside out. Your endocrine system is what restructures the brain. It gives you dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, ATP production. It gives you fucking everything that you need to reset your system naturally. You can get rid of ADHD. You can get rid of any disease in your body simply by taking your shoes off, grounding yourself, and staring at the sun. Now, they tell you not to do this because of these effects, right? Because if you were actually grounding yourself and sun gazing, which if you haven't done it in a long time, I do not recommend going out there and just opening your fucking eyes because you got to work your way up to this shit. I personally can stare at the sun for like an hour and a half. I mean, I could probably go longer than that, but that's like the longest time period that I've just stood there staring at the sun. And I mean eyes open looking at the shit. So you're not going to sit here and tell me that you're going to go blind. If you're having problems with it, that means that you need to fix the way that you need to go through a serious detox, because that means that your body's full of too many metals and toxins. Okay. Now, if you realize it takes about 20 something years for them to shut your system down with all the chemicals in the food and the water and the air and shit like that, all through your teen years, your mind is still somewhat working. It's just getting slower and slower and slower and slower. But by the time you're like 20 years old, they've shut off your ability to absorb information and for your body to operate properly because of all of the chemicals and shit that you've ingested. So 1 year of cleansing, fasting, eating an apple a day, living off of watermelon for months on end, water fasting for weeks on end and things like that while you're doing your grounding process and doing your sun gazing. 1 year of that will completely reset your system to where you don't have to worry about that shit. You got at least like another 20 years before it's going to get real serious. Okay. So the thing is that it's difficult to do at first. Like, it's really difficult because your body is full of so many parasites right now. That's what the bells are for. The bells, when they ring, that high-pitched resonance that they create actually nukes.
All right, what'd you say?
I said it's time for me to knock out this guy's dragon now.
I mean, but I mean, are you agreeing or disagreeing with what he's saying?
I think some of what he's saying has a lot of truth to it, and some is some extra pseudo. Yeah, I mean, sometimes we do that, like, with the music and the resonance thing. I can say that a lot of that is true. I mean, maybe that's why I love when I would go to reggae clubs and stuff, standing by the speakers, and I'm talking about big old community speakers that was so loud. Your clothes would be moving like you're in a freaking daggone a windstorm, a wind tunnel.
Yeah.
I would stand over there rolling my spliff. You know what I'm saying? And I love to be by that kind of in the resonance of the bass. I found it healing, so I can't disagree with him on that. Some of the other stuff, talking about parasites and stuff like that. I don't know, but definitely I can say that because sometimes we tend to over, estimate or underestimate, but definitely I'm definitely I definitely like some of the things that he was saying concerning the resonance and stuff, but I have to knock out, otherwise I'm not going to be able to wake up when it's time for me to put my son on the bus. I enjoyed this. I enjoyed the discussion. Sara Suten Seti doesn't know what the hell he's talking about when it comes to comedic rosters. They don't care for the Bible at all. Just look up Muda Baruka. He should know Muda Baruka.
He's the only Rasta I recommend listening to.
Yeah, but
Maruta
you got
Baruka.
plenty of stuff coming out your mouth with that overly sexually charged statement that made you look
I could
retarded.
care
I don't
less, but
care.
like I'm saying,
I
I'm
don't
speaking
care what you
about
have to say.
Muta
My
Baruta. He's
name
a
is on
good
this
man.
daggone
He
platform
speaks
right
the
now,
truth.
and
But
you
I think
sounded
that
retarded,
some
bro.
people, they're drunk with the religion.
Bro, you sounded
They're
crazy
drunk
when
with
you
the
asked me
religion.
about what you say, sweaty what? Say it again.
You don't like no Rasta woman with the sweaty pussy? You.
You're a faggot.
What are you talking about, bro? Oh my
That's what
god!
he asked me.
Bro.
That's what he
And
asked me just
your name
now.
is Reverend
What
what?
I said.
No, you're the one that
Yo,
brought
bro,
that
you're
up
despicable.
earlier. And I,
But he
Despicable.
just asked me to
No
bring it up
rapper
again.
talks like that. No rapper
So
talks like that. We don't talk negativity and disgusting
I'm not no
about
Rasta.
our women. You filthy
So
piece of
getting
crap.
back to Maruta Baruka, he's an excellent poet. But I'm
Sound
someone I don't even
despicable,
listen.
bro.
I don't even like
I'm out,
reggae.
man.
I don't like reggae. I like dub music. I like the old school dub.
Goddamn human
You
being.
know, the King Tubby, the King Jammy, the Prince Jammy, the Scientist, uh, the Black Hearts, all that stuff. I love all that stuff, but not this weird stuff that they be pumping out there. But Maruta Baruka, he's one of the best when he speaks about Rasta
Can you
stuff,
recite
and
any one of
he's very
can you
critical
recite
about Rastas.
can
But
you
like I said,
recite
I'm not
can
with
you recite can you
I'm
recite
not with
any
this Rasta
the
stuff.
attitude is talking over me? Can you recite any
I
of
don't trust no
Mutabaruka's poems?
Rastas.
hey, listen.
Can you recite any of Mutabaruka's poems? Anything. Or even name one.
I'm not sure what you even said.
I'm saying, can you recite or even name any one of Mutabaruka's poems without
White
all
man's
the poems,
country. White
without
man's
looking it
country,
up,
fool.
without looking it up on
Bro,
AI?
and you're not talking to no little kid. White man's country.
Bro, I'll slap the grease up. I ain't no little boy, nigga.
I would choke the shit out you in a
Yeah.
triangle choke.
I would
Break your
love to
limb,
see you
bro.
do that.
I'll
I
break
would
your
love
whole
to see you
spinal
try.
cord.
I would love to see you try.
Straight up head to head. I break your whole spinal frame, bro.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Everybody
You don't know who you're talking to.
I'm not even concerned, bro. I'm not concerned.
Everybody that is like Mortal Kombat, I rip your whole head off and like.
I'm gonna have you clip off your own dreads, bro.
Okay. So now that we got that
kind of people you
Thank you.
that turned into a de-measuring contest for no real reason.
Huh?
Well, I'm saying that why did that turn into like a whole measuring contest? Let's get back.
He wanted to speak on violence. That's all. There's nothing wrong with
Speaking
it.
it
For
up.
a poem
It's
from
not.
Mutabaruka.
It's not a good.
Go
you
ahead.
got disrespectful, and I'm the nigga that will chop your larynx and watch you choke to
I
death.
break your whole face
Yeah,
with one jab, bro. With one jab, I break your whole shit.
Listen, I will break all
I
your.
leave a split in your whole damn cranium, kid.
Listen, I will kick a hole in all y'all chests.
In your dreams.
Look, because it's an immense amount.
Good night.
It's not a controlled. There's no control to it. You're basically burning the
You don't
fucking
love
shit
bush
from the inside
woman.
out
You love
without
Nordic
fucking
woman.
burning it. Although if you leave it in there long enough, it'll burn the fuck out of everything. But
He loved
you're
Barbie.
basically cooking everything out of it because it's a massive magnitude of energy being poured into it all at once. Your reproductive organs is the flow of energy going into that area that's separate from the heart. This is why you have a brain up here, a brain here, and a brain down here.
And also, but they say that the actual intestinal system is your first brain, and it's actually made of the same thing as the actual brain, right? Your intestines.
Well, your intestines are dead organs. That's the only part of your body that doesn't generate energy because they sit above the energy center. Okay, right? Think about it like this, right? Here, let me show you. All right, this is the spear ritual. All right.
Well, you already had that open. That's crazy that you already had that open. Okay.
If you notice, right? So right here in this area, right, is this is that's the same shape as your heart down here, and you see the toroidal field that's going into it right here. Sorry, right? That's a toroidal field. So
it's almost like the ribs going backwards, like the
see the eights.
Pelvis looks like a backward rib almost.
So look, you got to think about it like this, right? Okay, so up here, right now, this is the back of it. So it doesn't look right, but this is the back of it. Okay, so everything's wrapping around to the heart on this section, right? And then down here, everything's wrapping around to the heart down in this section, which is the reproductive system. So if energy is flowing, right, that means the shape of the hips follows this energy. Right, it's going this way like this. It's like the number 8 this way, and then you have the number 8 this way on each side of these. That's going in towards the heart on the front side, right? So you have energy that's pouring out in the bottom this way. It comes out like this, and then you have energy that's pouring out going this way. Now you understand why the organs are all wrapped up and stacked on top of each other. It's just energy.
Wow.
So the whole body's constructed this way, right? Look at this. Like this is the. Hold on, where's it at? This one right here.
I'll say this is that like
this thing's dirty for me taking it to the construction site with me.
This was a 4-hour live, guys, that I did with him. And honey, he broke this whole thing down. He broke down the whole toroidal field. Like he broke down everything. And people want to say it's bullshit, but I'm like, okay, well, why?
Now that spiral then pours out at the bottom. So the thing is when energy is traveling this way, the energy that's furthest away is going to be brighter. So you're going to have water that surrounds everything. Right now, if you remember, the water goes deeper and deeper. Right? Because remember, water is a solvent. Water is something that energy is going into that hasn't had enough energy to create something physical yet. The reason that you have physical things like land masses, which all are going to be found closer to the center, but not quite touching it. The reason behind that is because there's so much energy in this area that it's going to create more water because it's too much to take a physical form. But there's going to be land masses, and those land masses, because energy bounces, right? It's going to go like this, and then there's energy that's going to go like this. It's going to go in these different directions, right? Which is why you have your mountains and your valleys. Okay, this is exactly why the world's shaped the way that the world is. Okay, because the energy that's collected at the center is what is creating the physical land masses. The energy that's still pouring out on these outskirts is why you have your water surrounding everything. That's why the world's mostly water, right? And the thing that's funny about this is that this same thing is also the reason. We'll go with purple. If we follow these same things, actually, hold on, let me give you the sun and the moon first, right? So you have the sun over here, right? Now the sun follows a specific pattern. It's an 8 pattern that goes this way, like this. All right, if you ever watch how the sun actually rotates, it's on an 8. It's spinning on a different axis. The moon, however, is known as the most high, okay? Because the moon is up here. Now the moon is on this trajectory. It's going this way. That's why it ends up crossing the sun at a certain point. Okay. Now, if you've studied anything about biology, you also know that this is how cells are formed as well. Right. So the world is internal as much as it is external. Proof of that is the fact that this is your brain, which comes to this point. It's just following this trajectory of energy. Right. It goes like this. Right. And then the bottom of your brain, where your cerebellum's at, is the part where the energy is pouring out, which is why your cerebellum has, if you ever look at it, your cerebellum has all these little lines on it that follow that same magnetic charge. Okay, it goes out like this. Now, following the magnetism, you have what is known as your lateral ventricles, which are the ones that go up like this. They curve around like this, right? Still following that same charge. That's that ram that you see in that picture that I just showed you. Right? It goes out like this and then out like this. Right? So this is also the formation of your brain is the same thing as the world is. Now, at that focal point where the energy meets is where the beginning of your spinal column falls into play. That's that triangular shape that you see known as the pyramid, which is also the owl. You see this is where your eyes are. right? The basal ganglia is in here inside the lateral ventricles. Now, the basal ganglia is a round thing, but it looks like this. It's got these little pieces on it that pull together like this and like this. All right, because it's always following the magnetism. So below that, you'll have your brain stem, which is still following that same magnetism. Now, if we add the skin to it, right, this is the same spot where your actual eyes are. Right, your nose comes down like this. Oh, let me change the color of that. Right, your nose comes down like this. You got your two nostrils, and then it comes to that point. Right, and then your mouth is down here. It's those energies that are running into each other. Everything follows this. The difference is when it comes to your head, right, the roundness here meets up with the roundness here, which gives you the shape of the ear. Right, your ear follows the same exact pattern. Now, literally, everything in existence follows the same magnetic energy as everything else. Because when you go to the next layer, I can give you your heart next, which is shaped. Oops, sorry. It should be a bright color. Pink. Right. Your heart looks like this. Right, and inside your heart, it has those chambers that go like this. Your heart isn't exactly like a round shape. Okay, it's more in the shape of your ears, so to speak. Right, but it still follows that same exact pattern. But all you got to do is add the stems to it, and all of a sudden, your heart becomes the apple. Same way as your brain does, and everything else. Literally, the world is you internally and externally. So understanding the flow of energy is the thing that teaches you how the world operates. Now, we can go up another layer. I know it's starting to look a little jumbled up, so let me just remove some of this so that it's a little more clear. It's starting to look a little crazy. Let me keep this one, and get rid of the face, and we'll move up to the next layer. And now you have, right? So your heart would be about here. Right, and then you have the clavicle, right? That's following that same magnetism. Rib cage. Everything about your body is magnetism. There's no denying it whatsoever. It all comes together the same exact ways. It's all sacred geometry. So your rib cage is shaped like this, basically. And then below that, because remember, the energy is pouring out at the bottom. So what's happening? Down here at your hips, you also have the other magnetism of your body. And that's that butterfly shape. Right? Where you got your little sacral down here, it goes up like this, and you got your little holes over here like this and like this, right? So that's because this has its own magnetic force to it. Right? So you have energy pushing up this way, and then you have energy pushing down this way, which is why your organs all start to shape in this way, because they're stacking the energies on top of each other. This is literally how all of your organs get formed.
Wow.
I tell you, like, literally, this is like the whole formation of life itself.
That's crazy.
So, it's like, once you figure out certain shit, things just start to become apparent that you start to recognize patterns and synchronicities and everything, and it makes it so that you get to a point to where life is just energy. Literally, there's no way to avoid it. There's nothing that you can do to hide it, right? This pops up, right? Your neck goes like this, right? So it's trapping the energy in it, right? So up here is what? See where the energy is coming from here, and then you'll have your head up here, right? So you have the energy from your brain that's coming down this way and this way. So you get what? Some thyroids that you were talking about earlier. Because it's the two meeting points of the energy. It's those two vortexes that are hitting each other that creates those two organs. Because it's the energy just spiraling in circles right there because it has nowhere to go.
Wow.
So like literally whatever's external is internal as well. There's no avoiding it. This is what I mean. Like once you understand these things, you know that you're a part of everything, physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically. Everything is a part of you. Literally, there's no escaping it.
So can you? Does my mic sound like crazy?
No, it sounds fine. It also has a whole bunch of extra shit. This is the sodium. So think about it like this. Your water naturally holds these type of forms before you even have positive thoughts. Like these structures are just the crystallized thought itself that's creating the physical structure within the water. So when you have that negative shit, you're breaking it up. And notice how there's little pieces that are broken off everywhere?
Yes.
Everything looks separated, right? But if you notice in the same space that you could have had this, where it has all this open space around it, you've now created a hole in the center of it, and you barely have any room to breathe. That's because it's separating the water and the sodium. That's why you get a headache, because that's why you go through depression, because you're building up pressure. All those negative things are starting to fill up the head. That's why you start getting a headache. That's why, when you get mad about something for too long, you always put your hands up to your head. You start feeling that fucking pounding feeling inside of your head. But when you cry, you release it. It pours out. That's why you feel relief after you cry.
So a headache is a buildup of like water in your body.
Just to keep it simple, it's a buildup of negative energy. Just think about it like that, because these still have energy to them. It still has energy to it. It's just broken up and unable to distribute properly. So look at how much space it takes up. Look at how much space it takes up. How much space it takes up versus when you're having good thoughts. You get me? These are perfect distribution that leaves enough space for energy to be passed from node to node, and there's free movement. When you're having all those negativities and things, you're building up all of it, because these don't have anywhere to go. It doesn't. There's no way for conductivity to move through this. This is why your emotions start going through the roof, because once your body's filled with this, you have your emergency system, right? Those adrenal glands start kicking in, because the adrenal gland kicks in to produce the energy, to produce the oils that are necessary to try to keep your body running, so that makes your heart pump faster, which is why you can have a heart attack from stress, because your adrenal gland kicks in to compensate for the lack of conductivity that's supposed to be operating. So your heart's dying literally because of your negative shit.
Wow.
So when you're reducing the amount of conductivity that's here, that's why you lose your appetite first. It's your body trying to preserve itself, because your appetite is something that consumes energy. None of these organs down here have a solid foundation of energy. That's the exert energy. Right. So if you look it up, you can Google this right now if you want to. Your organs, your digestive system is the only thing that doesn't doesn't have its own energy source in your body. That's why when you eat stuff, when you're already damaged, you go to sleep every time that you eat. Itis is very close to death. That's what people don't understand about itis, is when you're having itis, that's because you've overwhelmed yourself to a point to where your body has to relax in order to save your life. That's why people get itis and have a heart attack. Because what happens when you're getting itis? Usually it's at a family function, like Thanksgiving or something. What typically happens at Thanksgiving? You get into a big ass argument with one of your fucking family members, and then everybody sits down to eat.
Right.
Think about that for a minute. So you have a whole bunch of negativity going through you, destroying your ability to be conductive, and then you decide to eat anyway. Now you know why so many people die on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
There's a lot of things that people don't even realize, because they don't know how the body works, and they don't know how to operate the system properly because they didn't read the instructions. But you can get the instructions.
So with my godmother, I'm sorry, I can't. What she did was she used to utilize the bell, certain sounds, to break up those crystals in the body that happen. That crystal.
Why do you think people used to ring a dinner bell? Remember, mom would go out to the porch and ding, 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 and everybody come in to eat. That's some back in the day shit. That was some before our time shit when things were still operating off frequency and vibration. They ring that bell, kill the parasites, and then you come eat. You know, back when people used to walk around barefoot and shit and ground themselves all day, every fucking day. Before they were given rubber shoes so that they can't ground themselves anymore. Before they were told to wear sunglasses and sun blockers so that they wouldn't be able to fucking absorb the sunlight anymore. When you were a little kid, you had to be told not to look at the sun. Stop staring at the sun. You're going to go blind. Why'd they teach you that? Because you were getting food. You don't get hungry because you want food. You get hungry because your body needs energy. Naturally, when you were a kid, you would run around outside barefoot. Your parents would have to force you to put fucking shoes on. You would naturally do everything that was natural. You would eat naturally the natural way, which is getting sunlight. When you were never hungry when it was dinner time and breakfast time and all these other times. You were never hungry. You'd want to go outside. Natural. That's because grounding yourself in sun gazing gives you the energy that your body's craving. You had to be trained not to do these things. Now it seems strange. Why? Because they turned grounding into something that was a punishment. Psychological programming to pull you as far away from nature as possible. All right, these old statues, they weren't nothing. They weren't statues of gods and deities. This is your hearts. It's a diagram of the body. I already showed you that the feathers represent the muscles. You have your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 disc cycle. The 12 disciples that followed behind the heart. The 12 discs that make up your rib cage, the thoracic vertebrae. The 12 disciples that dictate how the world operates off of what the heart needs. All of these things, all these old pictures, all these old things that they tell you are all these deities and things like that, these are representations of your body. They have nothing to do with the stories that you're given. These were the things that you were trained not to know so that they could fuck with with what's in your DNA. This is in everybody's DNA. I already showed you that everybody comes from the same people. There's just different variations of it. That's why I tell you got a bird chest. Why they tell you that you're an angel when you're a baby. They go, oh, look at a little angel. That's because your wingspan. Isn't that what you have from fingertip to fingertip? Hints and clues of the old world that people ignore.